This is copyright.gov, U.S. Copyright Office. More information on fair use. Fair use is a legal doctrine that promotes freedom of expression by permitting the unlicensed use of copyright-protected works in certain circumstances. Section 107 of the Copyright Act provides the statutory framework for determining whether something is a fair use and identifies certain types of uses such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research as examples of activities that may qualify as fair use. Section 107 calls for consideration of the following 4 factors in evaluating a question of fair use: purpose and character of the use, including whether the use of the commercial nature or is for nonprofit educational purposes, nature of the copyrighted work, amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole, effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. Okay, so anything I use for you guys, hit me up if you want me to remove it, edit it, or whatever. Nothing is used to infringe on anybody's intellectual property. I don't intend on doing that, and I don't intend on profiting from anyone's intellectual property. So I'm glad to edit or delete anything that's any of my videos that I've used of anybody. So that's it.
Because I thought you would have, maybe.
Yeah. Woke up.
Done, son. Yeah, King Chalk Entertainment, here we go. If you haven't already, like, comment, share, and subscribe. Check us live and become a part of the show on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube, Wednesday and Thursday at 11 p.m. and Friday and Saturday at 1 a.m. Central Standard Time. Yeah. While you're playing the game, working out, cleaning, or whatever, check out the more refined audio versions of the show on Spotify, Apple, Anchor, and more. Keyword King Chaka ENT. Yeah. Shouts out to Pat, Doc, Deuce, Curtis, Brendan, Elliott, Juanita, Jay Lethal, Tariq, my Twitch follower, Francisco, and others for always supporting the channel. Yeah. Race, spirituality, politics. Let's talk about it. We generate interest into what has happened and what is happening in our world. Therefore, creating activists. Let's go. Dale gas, baby. Hey.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
Back and forth, and you know I'm swinging bows. I'm about to change course, go home and change your clothes. I'm looking at this bitch, it seems like she's saying no. I'ma hit the streets, though I'm supposed to be laying low. I'm following the buzz, never know which way it go. Keep on bringing heat, cause the G.O.D. say it so. Sailing on the beat, so you can't chop and play it so. She got me for a piece, now I'm about to pay the hoe. Stop smoking, switching sweets, where I gotta take a toke. Now I got a little guac, now I gotta make it grow. Keep on thinking we some hee-haw, mom, pop folks. We gon' hit you in your teeth, we keep a buzzsaw close. I've been on it 5 days, so I'm sitting sideways. Now get out of my way, or I'ma hit your Hyundai. Take a lick on my dick if you don't like what I say. I'm the shit with the shit, so we gon' do this my way. Yeah, we just getting started, so go and say your grace. I'ma eat you rappers, though I won't enjoy the taste. I'm closing your estates while you falling on the stakes. I'm rolling on the bass while you rolling on the face. Sitting on the place, not knowing I'ma take your fast, slowing and it's fake. So I'm gonna wait. Time will come, down will be done. I saw it and I said that it was great.
Mommy, what does
Yeah, this is what it is. It's what it is. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. I done played the block and it's time to stop. Pop the blocks, then drop the top. But I have to say fuck the cops. They keep it hot up on my block. Keep an eye up in my pocket. You know the G and it can't be stopped. Flip script with serving hill. Keep the heat on Silent Hill. You know when I know that fifth water just so cold. Riding on foes, slamming wood dough. Sipping on drink, fucking these hoes. Riding on boats, pushing kilos. Me and my boys ball out of control. Got so much ice you can balance football. Me, Lil G, I can't be hoe. Look at my mouth, see number gold. Fucking with a knife, will make you fold. Look at my room, see number polo. Step in the bed and in the studio. Over your nose, the smell of smoke. Over your mouth, it's start to blow. Now you know we got that dope. Me and my boys ball out of control. We keyed up and G'd up. And we should've lost straight speed up. We should've decided to pull my heat up. Lost things going big, I'm fucked up. Nigga, we keyed up and G'd up. Once should've lost straight speed up. We should've decided to pull my heat up. Lost things going back, I'm fucked up. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle.
Hitting niggas in they fucking head with a crack. Bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gap that spits venom, you sitting black. And when the bottom of the knife and it's smack, Iblis,
The cat's wax and I'm back.
cause he ain't suffered enough, hustles enough, scuffling cuff his hand to a cop, nothing discussed, cutting his nuts to his cock, something to shock a spark out your heart when you stop jogging in the park, and you meet a nigga dog that fighting ball, blood spilling on the sidewalk, staying in the light is smart, despite staying on course, of course, cause the smell of death escaping out of corpse is rough, top half man and I be damned if they bottom half horse, hush, lost souls rushing to touch the black hole, wishing to be dust gagging and fuss, cause the demon face leaking pus.
All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. All talent on trapping and rapping and moving muscle. If it ain't about the hustle, then I don't wanna tussle. Trapping and rapping ain't about the hustle. I don't wanna tussle. All trapping and rapping ain't about the hustle. I don't wanna tussle out.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, we want you to be an activist. What's up, Pat? What's up, Deuce?
What's the deal?
Same old shit. So I know, yo, I look different. The glasses.
Definitely. I wouldn't. I don't know if I should say anything or not, but yeah.
Yeah. We
I like
family.
them. I like them.
We family here, so it's all good. I wear the since I've been doing this show, it's been fucking with my vision. My damn contacts prescription changed and shit. I don't know if it was because of the lights, but the lights be bothering me when I do the show. You know what I'm saying? But it makes a big difference. I need the bright lights, but then at the same time, I'm on the show for like 4 hours and these bright ass lights are shining in my eyes. So
Yeah. Did you get a certain type that what was it? It's like because on my glasses I have yellow, like it's like a yellow film, like it's like driving glasses, and they kind of block off the glare and things like that.
The ultraviolet light or some shit. So like I wear contacts, so I have the contacts in, but these glasses are to help me with the lights and this computer screen. Yeah. So the other thing is I bought a camera, so my screen looks different. I'm still working on all this. I got to get this all together because like I said, I just bought this camera, but I look better, but my background, I'm probably too close to it or something. This is the first broadcast for that, so it'll be me playing with this camera and getting it better. So
You know what? It's this. You know what I thought about? I didn't get the yellow glaze this time. I got the blue blocker.
Yeah, I think that's
That
what it was. The lady in the store recommended it. I told her what my issue was, and she said try these.
yeah.
So yeah, so the camera, new camera, and I got me a chair too. So because I be sitting here for fucking 5 hours, and my back and shit be hurting and shit. So I'm just trying
Yeah.
to, I'm steadily trying to upgrade the show so that I could be better at this. I really want this background to look good, but I'm gonna get distracted if I keep fucking with that. This is the first show for that. The other
Well,
thing
use
I want
well
to,
maybe it's because of the way that you have the
the green
our
screen
our tile
or the
set up because
lights
well I'm thinking because
or
usually
the
it
settings.
just looks different when when it's just you on the screen because like when you have it when it's just yourself you can see the full screen and it gives a different optic but I
Yeah, it's
mean
probably an option I need to play with. I'm looking at it right now, but it's gonna distract me if I get into that. So right now I'm gonna just keep it moving. We're gonna keep on moving and getting in better. The other thing is YouTube. I'm suspended from YouTube still. But I created a backup YouTube page. So I'm broadcasting live to that backup YouTube page tonight, and I'll probably be broadcasting live to that YouTube page for the foreseeable future because I don't want to get any more strikes on my main page. I did a lot of work to get that page up. It's at 200 subscribers now. It's at like 50K views, bro. That shit is blowing the fuck up.
yes
So
sir yes sir
I do not want them to take that away from me. And so I'm not going to give them the chance to. So what I'll do is I'll just broadcast because it's the live streams that get me in trouble. The uploads don't, not so much. It's always the live streams that get me in trouble. So I'll live to this backup channel and I'll just put clips up to the main channel, and that's just how it's going to have to be for the foreseeable future, you know?
okay yeah we're gonna have to figure something out about that because I mean one way or the other because I mean is are people gonna be going to that second page? I mean, will it?
That's a problem. That's definitely a problem. I mean, I don't know how they're gonna find it. The people that's watching right now tell their friends or something. I mean, it's tough. It's tough. I got an ad going on that channel. I've got like 2 subscribers, I think, or some shit like that. So I've got an ad going on that channel to try to build it, but I'm not gonna put a bunch of money in that particular thing. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully, word of mouth will get people over there. But yes, YouTube is hurting me by blocking me like this. But I can't risk it because they got the 2 strikes. If I get one more strike, they'll delete the whole fucking channel. And I just cannot risk that. You know what I'm saying? So this is my way of going at it to go around them. I still am gonna eventually we'll be streaming on the main YouTube channel again. But it's not gonna be I'm not gonna feel comfortable doing it until at least one of those strikes fall off. And one doesn't fall off until fucking March something.
Yeah.
And then it's another one that don't fall off until June. So I'll still be in a precarious position until June for that channel.
Yeah.
So it is what it is, man. It is what it is. I ain't the only one they doing like this. I want to play a little bit of a video just because to show that they're doing this, to everybody, bro. Like,
well, I well, I'm a YouTube head.
yeah, so you've been seeing it too, right?
Yeah. Yes, different people, but like they come up with because I mean, yeah, I've seen different ones where they're not on for a while. Of course, some of their older videos might be available, but it's for them is I think it was mostly their conversations. What certain mentions of certain words will get catch their attention, and then I don't know, like, but because I don't they don't really do the same setup like what we're doing as far as like showing a certain video and then talking about the intricacies or whatever. But
yeah,
it's definitely going around.
It's the real journalists, the ones that's not in their pocket, are the ones that that they I mean, it's been like this for years. It's not really a new thing. It's just that YouTube being such a huge platform, I think they just didn't realize how much what was going on, and then they feel like they need to get a handle on it.
Well, I mean, I blame more so the power structure, the overall power structure, and the censorship is just more like overall. Because I mean, shoot, I mean, shit, they started doing it to the last president because of you know different things he might say, and I don't think he was really saying the wrong, said anything wrong. It's just that they just didn't like him.
And they wasn't feeling it. They're like, just I'm not feeling what you're saying. And that's why I was screaming when they did it to Alex Jones, Love him or hate him. Fuck that, bro. Like you can't just fucking. And that was his whole living too. Like, and to this day I want to say he can only broadcast on his main website.
Yeah, no, I think that's it. I think he's still pretty much banned. Like he may get interviews with somebody else on their platform, but for him, I don't think he has a YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. I don't think he has any social media.
Yeah. Same thing with Trump. And like I love him.
Well, he started his own.
Yeah, well, he got it. He's got his own, but like I say, Alex Jones does too. He has like a main website. They can't do the like. It's like they can't sense like I could do. Eventually, that's what I'm gonna do is get a website. But you got to drive that traffic to that website. They have to, you know what I mean? Put that in their browser to get there. That's the problem. People be already on YouTube or Facebook or Twitter or Twitch or whatever the hell you want to call it. They're already on that platform, so they don't have to type it in their browser. You get what I'm saying? To come to your website, they literally gotta type your browser in. Like literally, they gotta think about you and type you in and go to your website.
Not necessarily, because I mean, like I have different things. They will, pretty much their websites, but when you tag it to your what you call it, when you pin it to, no, it's not book, but yeah, you pretty much just pin it to your screen, and that way you can just click on it when you get there.
Yeah, you're talking about a link, posting a link, but
link.
You can't just like post links to your website on a YouTube. That YouTube won't let you do that.
Oh yeah. No. I thought you were saying like as far as on your phone or your computer, you can.
Yeah, so you can send it to each person, but you need everybody's fucking phone number or email address, and then you got to sit there and click for hours. So no, that's like.
Well, you know what? Most people are complaining about right now.
Go ahead.
Is shadow banning.
Yeah. And that's what they're doing to us on this channel for sure. One of the people I was talking, you was on the show when what's his name, Elliot, was talking about it, and he said he was looking for us and he couldn't find us, and that's crazy because he knows the key words. So that's scary as fuck. So people can't even see the damn channel. Let me play a bit of this just to it's on the topic. And then it's going to be another video that's similar to that. I'm not playing much of this. I just want to play the gist of it so y'all can know. Because this is a big channel too, The Hill. If you know The Hill, let me play a bit of this.
Election misinformation policy.
Hold on.
The entire YouTube channel for the... Well, everybody's wanting to know, where in the world is Hills Rising? So I'm going to tell you what has happened. But the show has been suspended. Actually, the entire YouTube channel for The Hill has been suspended for 7 days until Thursday, March 10th for violating, allegedly, YouTube's election misinformation policies. So what happened was on February 24th, there was a segment that aired. Well, actually, this actually goes back a year. When there's actually 3 strikes essentially that led up to this, 3 incidences that led up to a major news organization having their YouTube channel suspended from uploading or live streaming for 7 entire days. What led up to this is unbelievable and really should call into question the entire idea of what is misinformation, what is spreading misinformation, what is free speech in America, what is being a free society and a free people. All of this is called into question over YouTube now suspending The Hill's YouTube page. So what happened was a year ago, The Hill aired unedited raw footage from CPAC. That's right. Airing a Republican convention and speech being held, speeches at this Republican convention resulted in a strike against the channel. They said, oh, this is misinformation. And according to YouTube's policies, you have to immediately put up some sort of a banner saying this is misinformation or this is what's the real information, or somebody has to interject and immediately say that's misinformation. So like some talking head has to pop into the screen and say, and that's misinformation that you've just heard. So airing raw footage of Republicans speaking it's at this point, I was going to say or Democrats, but at this point it is, we all know, mostly targeted towards right-wing speech. But of course that can flip, and it had been liberal speech in the past. It sure will be liberal speech in the future. Certainly lots and lots of anti-establishment progressives have been censored on YouTube and other big tech platforms. But just airing raw footage of these speeches, unless you're going to put a disclaimer on those speeches, or unless you're going to have somebody interject and immediately give a rebuttal to whatever that quote unquote misinformation was, then that results in you being the spreader of misinformation, according to YouTube. So a year ago, The Hill aired CPAC's raw footage from CPAC, got a strike on the channel. The Hill did it again. So, it's a news organization, and you should be able to air speeches from politicians and other leaders. That is newsworthy. Even if they're saying total misinformation, crackpot stuff, it doesn't matter. They need to be able to say it, and we need to be able to hear it. That is what being a free people in a free society is. And it's newsworthy. You deserve and ought to know what your political leaders are saying, even if it's totally nuts. And that goes for both sides of the aisle. You have a right to know the crazy crap these politicians are saying, right? Okay. Or you might agree with all of it, and you might not think any of it's crazy at all. That is you being a free person in a free America. That is what a free society is. But apparently not anymore. So that resulted in a second strike on the channel. And then it turned out that February 24th, a segment aired. I was not on the segment of Rising. It was actually Robbie Suave, my co-host Robbie Suave, and Ryan Grimm did a segment. Emily Jashinsky was on the segment with them. So this was the segment that aired. It was February 24th. And during this segment, they were talking specifically about Donald Trump, and Donald Trump praising Putin and Putin's strength and all that. How Trump gets when it comes to talking about Putin and Russia and the war and whatnot. Trump was on Laura Ingram's show. There he is. You can see the little phone call icon on the bottom. He was talking to Laura Ingram, talking about Putin's
only
threats.
About a minute more.
In that conversation, he said, he made statements about the election. I'm not going to repeat what he said because here I am on YouTube. So I don't myself want to get banned for spreading misinformation. So for spreading election misinformation. So he made a claim that we all know he makes about the election during this phone call with Laura Ingram. He says it almost knee jerk. He always says it. We all know he says it. It's not actually news. Nor do I think anybody suddenly, because they hear it from Trump today, thinks, wow, maybe there's something to what he's saying, and I got to look more into that, and I'm going to believe him, and I'm going to agree with him. I think at this point, everybody in America knows, really a lot of people around the world know what Trump thinks. And so it's not actually news, nor is it really, at this point, I think, spreading misinformation. But nonetheless, it is against YouTube's misinformation. Here's actually their election misinformation policies. Okay. So they say right here, certain types of...
That's enough. So basically, my point of showing this clip is that it's an attack on journalism is what it really is. You know what I'm saying? They don't want any real kind of journalism happening.
Well, well, I mean, we haven't really had any true journalism in the mainstream media in a very long time. And when we, people like ourselves and, the few others that do exist online, speak up and say something, or like having an interview like she's talking about with Trump, where he's speaking at least his own truth, what he believes to be true, whatever the, mainstream society may say about what's truth and what's what can be damaging if it's been said in the public without these different disclaimers. That's that you know that can become that becomes you know what you I mean what they call it, not fake news, but misinformation. So I mean we've been seeing this for a while. Especially since this we had the last president, and since Trump was in office, they've been doing this a whole lot, saying that things were not true. That we can see now that if we really match what was being said then and the evidence that we have now, we can truly see that a lot of it was true and it wasn't misinformation.
Yeah, so the thing is, that's what's happening. You said there haven't been no real journalism in a good amount of time. The corporations have taken control over it a good amount of time ago. And it's crazy how like they use this controlled opposition shit in the media, you know. And I was hooked by it for the longest. I couldn't see through it either for the longest. The Barack Obama's a good example. Rachel Maddow. What's the dude on HBO? Bill Maher. I'm a left. I tend to lean on the left. You know what I'm saying? I used to watch Rachel Maddow all the fucking time. Like every day, I would watch her show, and I was blind. And I think in a lot of intelligent people out here, it doesn't mean they're not intelligent. It's just that they've been getting the wool has been pulled over their eyes. They're so good at what they do as far as lying to us that they've got it down to a science. They perfected this shit. So it's really difficult to distinguish where what the truth is when you're pulling it out of the media, the mainstream media. What actually happened, I don't fucking know. The news just went on for 4 hours, but I still don't know what the fuck happened.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna tell you, I mean, because of course, I was lost in the wonderland for a long time, but I mean, when I was allow myself to be more open to different things as far as different voices, so that I actually have something to decide. Like I can kind of balance what I heard from here and what I heard from there, whatever different places I may listen to, and I can say, okay, that didn't, all right, well, this makes sense, and blah blah blah, whatever. But you know you can't really fault anyone, I mean, except for the fact that once they somewhat get a glimpse of it, and they somebody's trying to tell you and you just really ignore it, yeah, you might be able to be blamed for that. But because I mean, there's some people who want who really want that veil over their face. They don't
Right.
want to truly see it clearly because it's
The
too
the blue
scary.
pill.
It's Yeah, like some people want to take the blue pill, and that's that. They're okay with if they tell a lie because, oh, Jesus gonna save me. You know what I'm saying? Like they just let them do whatever they're gonna do because Jesus gonna save me type of mentality. Whereas we're given knowledge to use it and to decipher it and use it in the best way possible. So I mean, um, I think a lot of us really need to grow up and really, pay attention to all the things around us instead of just allowing things that, people say to, take it as a gospel.
Yeah, man, but it's hard, right? We're busy. We work all the time. We don't really understand this stuff. We think we do, but we don't because we haven't taken the time to dig through the intricacies of it. So, and then they feed us this stuff, and then they pretty much tell us what we want to hear, and congratulate us for even paying this much attention. Good job. Now go order something from Amazon. You're an activist. You were listening to MSNBC. You're an activist. Now go order, reward yourself,
Yeah.
and go order something out for Amazon.
Yeah.
You'll feel better. And guess what? Parts of the proceeds will go to some kids in Yemen or whatever the hell. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It'll go to the kids in Ukraine or something.
Yeah.
and then they just feel good. They sleep good at night after that.
I know, man.
I'm a good human. I'm a good human.
Bro, I'm telling you, man. Like, we spoke about this privately a few times, but there's some people in my life that I've had conversations with that I mean they know my character. Like, it's not like but I have been accused of being of course, like, I went through the whole you know you're a Trump lover, you Trump supporter, all these different things. Like, bro, like, you really need to stop, because
It's more
I
about what the truth is.
yeah, it's just what the truth
Fuck
is.
Trump.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know anybody who's like a true fan of Trump. Like, well, I can say for myself, I'm not like a true fan of Trump, but I mean, in the system that we live in, and we're looking at the better of two evils, if you're really paying attention, not just how the news is trying to direct you to see these things, but what's actually happening in the background that there's proof of. So, you know what I'm saying? If you only listen to what the news is telling you, you are definitely misinformed for sure, where you think that everything has been fact checked and all this, that, and the other because they said so. But I mean, when you pay attention even closer to find out who the fact checkers are or who's paying these fact checkers, then you can kind of say, oh, well, is that really reliable information? But
I'm distracted by the green screen. I'm distracted by the green screen. I'm over here fucking with it. Lee Camp. Let me play a bit of this. They deleted blocked. They blocked the whole damn RT fucking channel, bruh. The whole damn RT channel is blocked. Let me let Lee Camp explain.
Is that since the war that they've done?
It just happened the other day. Just happened the other day. Just like the Hill.
I'm saying, do you feel like it's a result of the war?
Yes, a retaliation. Yes, a retaliation. Clearly, I mean, he's gonna say in the video that he can't really just say why or whatever, but I'm gonna say why. It's a retaliation. The Russian aggression in Ukraine. You know what I'm saying? These are just journalists, but it's Russian funded or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's a Russian TV. That's what RT stand for. And so, but they broadcast all over the world, and they do all different kinds of shows or whatever. So
I'm glad you cleared that up for me, because I was wondering what the hell is RT, but yeah, I mean, it makes complete sense now.
It's Russian TV, and they do shows, right wing shows, and they do left wing shows. They're all over the spectrum. So it's just an outlet for a lot of American journalists go to that network because they can't say the stuff that they want to say here in the States. That's really what it is. So let me let Lee Camp explain some of it.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining me. Thanks for supporting me through this bizarre time. I gotta say that in a way, I can't believe this day has come, and in a way, I thought it would come many years ago, because I didn't think I'd ever get the chance to make a TV show that I could write myself and not be censored and be anti-war and anti-corporate and anti-capitalist and do it for one episode, much less 8 years. So in a way, it's like, holy shit, it's over. And in a way, it's like, holy shit, how did they let us do that? So there's two sides of it there. I just want to let you know that in this episode, I'm gonna go through what happened, what I'm doing, what my plans are, and also in a few minutes, I'm gonna talk about what I think is the most censored side of this war in Ukraine, just because it seems so important that I figured I'd throw that in there as well. But so that's what's coming up. Also, you'll see at the bottom here, I have a Patreon I just threw together, patreon.com/LeeCamp. I'll talk more about that in a minute. But so in terms of what happened, many people are theorizing. So for those of you who don't know, it wasn't just my show. It was all of RT America shut down essentially instantaneously. This past Wednesday, they stopped programming. The managers just told us there'd be no programming on Wednesday. That includes everything. That includes the news. It includes Chris Hedges, Jesse Ventura, all of it. And then the following day, Thursday of this past week, they told everyone that it was all over and we were all let go. And this went for not just the faces of the shows I just listed, but of course, all the staff, all the crew. We're talking well over 100 people in multiple bureaus, DC being the main one. And yeah, they don't give us any details. I don't know if there's legal reasons behind that or they just chose not to, but for whatever reason, there are no details that were given to us. Now, many are theorizing, and of course, the mainstream media is fucking thrilled, which is hilarious because if you're a fucking journalist, even of the shittiest outlet, you should care when other journalists. And I get my show's a comedy show, but this also all of the journalists at RT America were fired as well. If you're a journalist, you should defend other journalists. You should want to see that their job is protected, that their ability to work is protected. So right there, the fact that there is no support, like, honestly, I dare someone to find an article.
I haven't heard anyone even talking about this.
I think there might have been one in Politico that vaguely said RT America shouldn't be shut down. But our mainstream media is a pack of corporate shill sacks of shit. I don't know if they can be a pack and a sack at the same time, but they are. And they're not defending any of this. Of course, they're just dancing in the streets. Yay, we shut down the people. We shut down the one of the only outlets that showed how bad we are at our job. Now, the truth is, they're not bad at their job. They're good at propaganda, but, potato, potato. They look bad at their jobs because they're not actually trying to do real reporting. They're trying to do essentially pro-corporate propaganda. Since corporations own the U.S. state, it's U.S. state propaganda as well. So yeah, there's no defense from the corporate mainstream media. But so all of this, all these people let go, released all in one day. And there's a lot of theorizing in the mainstream media that this happened because RT just lost their platforms, basically lost their funding in a way, their distribution networks, and therefore, they just couldn't keep operating. I think that's utter horseshit. I'd be very surprised if that were ever proven true. Because, so yes, DirecTV and Roku both dropped RT America this past week before the shutdown, and those were two of their main outlets. But there were many places you could still get RT America. They had a very successful online platform called portable.tv, and there's plenty of places you could still have watched RT America. So I would be shocked if they were just like, we're not on DirecTV anymore. Fuck it all. Everyone go home. It doesn't even make any sense. But the reason the mainstream media wants to push that narrative is because that basically says, it was the free market. The free market told them that we don't want RT America anymore. Which, again, horseshit. So if it wasn't that, then what was it? Well, was it staffing? Some staff had quit at RT America because I get why some staff, these are all Americans, by the way. There were some people from other countries but at RT America. But for the most part, I'm talking about Americans working in the DC Bureau of RT America. Some quit, and I understand why, because many people are not. I understood why I was at RT America. I was at RT America to do a comedy show called Redacted Tonight, where I had complete free reign, said whatever I wanted, was never censored, and I'm anti-imperialist. Sorry, just am. I'm anti-war. Sorry, that's the reality. And so this was the only network, at least on a large scale, that would ever allow me to do those things, at least that I've seen so far. Maybe one will have some sort of change of mind. But it was the only one that existed. And so that's why I was there. So I was very clear on why I was there. I understood why I had a show there. Whereas you had a lot of staff there that weren't political at all. They weren't anti-imperialists. They weren't anti-capitalists. They weren't any of those. They, you know, like most Americans, not strongly political. They maybe had vague opinions. And so for them, in the midst of just a massive propaganda war by our mainstream media, they're getting nervous, and they're hearing from their families, "Oh my God, you're working for the dirty, dirty Russians," in the middle of all this Russophobia and everything. And so some of them quit. However, I was there. There were plenty of staff to keep some of the shows going. They could have, if it had just been a staffing issue, RT America would have probably shrunk the lineup, maybe just done RT News. I don't know. But they could have done that easily and had enough staff to keep going. But that's not what happened. This all stopped every show instantaneously. So without evidence, like I said, they didn't tell us anything. I'm not going off of some secret knowledge, just a theory. I think it's pretty clear that this, either there's some sanction of RT America that's what I think has not been revealed, that was so aggressive that made it impossible for them to operate, or it was straight up, you know, Justice Department saying, "Get the fuck out of the country, whatever, you're done." Either one of those, if that's the reality, which I think it is, either one of those is an egregious assault on media, on truth, on our ability to have talking points outside of a little tiny fucking corporate shill box of allowable thought. And it really, it should infuriate everyone. It shouldn't be just like, oh, those who agreed with some. And by the way, anyone who's ever watched RT America, there's some really right-wing shows on there. There's some shows I didn't like because they are right-wing. You know, Dennis Miller, the far right-wing Fox News shill, he had a show there for a past couple of years. So I didn't like every show there, but I believed in their right to do their thing. And, you know, I will defend it. I will defend Dennis Miller's right to interview the guy who used to play Steve Urkel or whatever the fuck. That was most of what his show was. But it's amazing that the U.S. empire is so nervous that they can no longer put forward their propaganda on such a large level that they can no longer have basically cultural hegemony, have hegemony over the messaging, over the thought, because
this
obviously
the kind of shit that got him in trouble right here.
Then that's the thoughts people are going to have.
Talking like this.
Basically have hegemony over the American thought. They're so nervous about that because American empire is fading. We're in late stage capitalism and it's getting ugly. They're so nervous about that. They have to purge anything that's not acceptable. Now, some of you may know it was not just Redacted Tonight that I lost this past week. So Redacted Tonight is gone forever because RT America's gone. The Redacted Tonight YouTube page is banned in Europe and the UK. I believe it's still that way. So if you were to go, if you're in Europe or the UK and you go to that page, you cannot watch any of our videos.
Okay.
Unless you get a VPN.
Well, I mean, what he just said, what he just said really does make a really big point, though. Like, if you know the message that the media, which is strongly left side, on the left side of the chessboard, if their message isn't strong enough, so to the fact that they have to silence other voices so that the voices that people do hear isn't clouded by that, like that means that their message really isn't that strong, or like, I mean, because regardless, I mean, we're gonna always have people who enjoy, like there's the Fox News and there's the CNN, MSN, you know what I'm saying? There's different people who like to hear their news one way or another. But, for you to truly silence somebody, take them totally off the air, that says, at least to me, it says a lot to me that their message really isn't that strong.
Yeah. I mean, clearly. And they must be scared. I think they're shaking in their boots, bruh.
Well, their plans are not going. I'm sorry, I'm snacking on my apples, but their plan isn't moving the way they expected it to, because They think most Americans are just fucking stupid. They thought that they had most of us programmed to, accept what they say, and I guess because they won the election, quote unquote, if um, that
The
they had the
internet opened
majority, that they
it
had the
opened
majority of the
Pandora's
people.
box, and then the YouTube it's just because YouTube is just so big, and people can put whatever they want to on there. People started using it in a way that they didn't think people was gonna do. Doc, let me read the comments. Doc says it doesn't help that popular figures like AOC have pretty much said it's more important to be morally right than factually correct. That's a great comment, Doc. And that's really the topic of the name of the show is Deprogramming Takes Effort. And that's the reason why, I showed these videos so far, and I have something else that I want to show y'all. That's gonna, they're gonna talk about this morally, this, important to be like the left feels that way, and that's that whole like, I know better than you aspect. I hate that shit. Like I'm a bottle feed you, so
But
and,
being more, but how are those two different? I mean, how can you be one and not the other?
well, it said more important. His comment says that it's more important to be morally right than factually correct. And his
But
other
lie, but
comment it says,
so really, it's okay to lie to seem morally correct, because
right,
that's what it really is.
right.
It's
The
not
truth,
like be
the truth doesn't matter as much as like I don't know,
that's
it
that's what
appearing to be
that's what should have actually been
morally right.
said, because I mean, you can't be moral and a liar at the same time.
I think I think you're right. I think you're right. Doc says RT stands for Redacted Tonight. It's the name of the show. They're shutting down. That's not true, Doc. It's RT is a network. And man, I know this shit because I fucking Redacted Tonight is the name of the show. And that's what was tripping me out too when I first used to watch the show. But I've been watching it for years. But I wonder why the hell did they name it? That causes confusion. But yeah, RT is the name of the show, Redacted Tonight. But the network they were on is also called RT, and it's Russia TV or whatever.
Well, it was supposed to be a comedy show. So
Yeah,
it
his
was
show is
kind
a
of like
comedy. It's totally a comedy show.
well,
It's a
that's what I'm saying. Like
political
it's a
comedy
little
show.
bit of man, my head is swimming. As far as you know, I'll think of it later. It's I can't think
Let
of
me play
the
a little bit.
terminology. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a little bit more.
And then my personal podcast, which aired some of the Redacted Tonight audio, but also had other stuff on it called Moment of Clarity, was deleted from Spotify. This all happened in the span of about 3 days.
That's his whole income.
As I said, I've just created patreon.com/LeeCamp.
They destroyed his whole income.
Build back and create something new, but I'll get more into that in a second. But this cross-platform deleting of a message of an idea of ideas should be terrifying to everyone. It doesn't matter whether you think only Ukraine is right in the war, whether you think only Russia is right in the war, whether you think they're both wrong and the war is insane, as I happen to think. Whether, your stance doesn't matter. You should not want cross-platform purging of voices that are adversarial to the largest empire the world's ever seen. I mean, you look at militarily, it is the largest empire the world has ever seen. And the idea that a few shows what percentage of our mainstream media when RT America was operating was adversarial, seriously adversarial? I don't mean fucking Tucker Carlson or Sean Hannity saying Joe Biden sucks. I mean, seriously adversarial to the U.S. war state. What, 2%? If you count RT America, now we're down to probably 0. And apparently that was too much, because that makes people analyze what it is they're being told, even if they just get 2% there. And so it should be upsetting to whatever you believe. This should be fucking infuriating to see this cross-platform purging of voices. And, you know, I've been saying this for a long time. There were some. So I think the first person we saw cross-platform purged was, in a large way, was Alex Jones a few years ago. And I fucking hate Alex Jones. I think he is a snake oil sleazeball of the biggest kind. However, and doesn't he literally sell snake oil? I think he literally sells snake oil. Anyway,
I don't know.
Despite the fact that I don't like him, I said what happened to him is dangerous. And what they did to him was they took him off basically all of his platforms at once, except for his website, his personal website. Now that doesn't mean I support FM radio has to give him a platform.
Turn your TV down,
People
JT.
do not have to have platforms. But when you see them knocked off multiple platforms simultaneously, it shows, and I know this is a creepy word, it shows a conspiracy, doesn't it? Like, because conspiracy just means to conspire. I know, it sounds very creepy.
That's why
it means people got together and they talked.
That's
about
why
things. And so when you see multiple platforms,
that's what I be saying about me and Pat be saying this all the time. How we be defining words. It's really, you really got to do that, because people hear a word like conspiracy and then they be like, oh my God, oh yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's just a word, bro. Define it.
If somebody, yeah, I mean, conspire is just like that's somebody, you know, at one. I mean,
yeah, man. I can't hear you, Pat, if you was talking. Doc says RT Network is ultimately owned by Russia Segovia, which is owned and operated by the Russian federal government as unitary enterprise. Okay, yeah. It's a network. Damn, bro, you dropped the phone? Yeah. So I want to go into the fucking the kind of meat of the thing related to all of this. There's another video I want to play, but I don't know if I want to go straight to that. Where are we at? How long we're in the show? We right at an hour?
Yeah, 53 minutes.
Let's take an intermission right quick.
Yo, I ain't here to attack your religion, but your religion is attacking me. Damn. So we gonna give y'all Europeans, Jews, Arabs, and Africans y'all religions back. God body. Matter of fact, I'd rather be in the booth, in the trap. God and the devil is wordplay. You do whatever the book say. I do whatever the cards play. I'm charting these stars as the last days. I'm in a mansion with purple haze. You in a church with a fair case. You in a mosque with the wrong race. Nigerian scamming your whole place. The messenger came just to set it straight. The records before just a cold play. They wanted this place in the wrong way. Empire got crumbled, the son betrayed. God body rose up in the prophecy. You read it in code, had to translate. You lost an ancestor and spirit play. You breaking the curse of the God pace. I be the Pharaoh, fuck Moses' race. Your God of fiction, his story made. Your devil, your habits, look at your face. Invisible entities, all fake. I believe I know, not the same. Chest fit with pride, you gon' lose the game. You still a slave with your master's name. You think you African, damn shame. But you didn't know that's a Roman name. You 14th Amendment in Roman games. This ain't the Olympics, this Hunger Games. Hell ain't underground, but it's still flames. I'm up in heaven with nice things. You say you got God, but still in chains. My kingdom is lit with diamond chains. I'm Master Musa, return again. I'm coming for preachers, y'all niggas all gang. Your gab ain't a gift, it's a curse like it's Cain. Able and ready, you spelling my son. A slave for the white man, y'all niggas is con. Keep it real, I respect Minister Farrakhan. Until he linked up with them white Narconon. L. Ron Hubbard, the whole fucking con. But the whole Dianetics, we building farm. Religion is sweet, but we know it harms. It was made to control shit, is for Uncle Tom. Can I critique, nigga? Sound the alarm.
What's up, Pat? You all right, Pat?
Yeah, man. My alarm kicked me off.
Oh shit, man! I thought you was chewing on that apple and choked on the damn apple, bro. I was concerned. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh no, man. Nah. I
I'm not even joking,
Look,
y'all.
I'm a professional at this stage of my life.
Yeah,
But
I
I
ain't gonna lie,
appreciate the
bro.
concern. But I see you got the Chiefs playing, man.
Yeah, well, I wanted to ask you a little bit about that. It's funny. That's how this show goes. But he got the same name as you. I didn't notice that before. So I think you had sent me a video of his, and I was watching it or whatever. And I think we played it on the show. But I hadn't noticed that his name was like the same. And because he been popping on my timeline, because I subscribed to him, and I've been checking him out. And I heard this song. I played this earlier today, and I think the words. I was trying to turn the captions on, couldn't turn the captions on. I figured I'd get away with playing this song because it's not on no major label and shit. So
Yeah.
the words. I was listening to the words. The words are very interesting and very thought provoking.
Yeah, man. He just try to spread a message of growth and I mean, there's just certain things that, because I mean, you hear all kind of other stuff on, mainstream and whatever, and he takes some of the same kind of beats and just, put a different type of message to it, But
Yeah. So what's the
going
connection?
to
Because it's
the
the same name.
well, he's the chief. He's the guy who actually put everything together for our government. Well, him and of course some others put everything together for our indigenous government. And I mean, he's still a brother. I mean, we're the same age, grew up in hip hop. That's our culture. As far as like our indigenous, because I mean, we can try to go. We're the black gods of Egypt, and no, look, we're Americans. We grew up here. We're people who realize who we are on this, who we've always been, but to actually put it in the legal form, and we still who we are. You know what I'm saying? So um, that's what we're being true to is that main thing. Our culture is hip hop. We impress or our culture on the entire world. You know what I'm saying? So when people say that we don't have a culture, we give other people cultures. You know what I'm saying? But or at least something to follow that they can because most people are just pretty much following the lead of hip hop. But the Amarushi, that's our last, that's his last name. He has like I'm Ogun Bolong Amarushi. He's Namataga Amarushi Ali. He still carries his Ali. That's because most people know him by Ali. But that's mainly it. We brothers through the honor government Aboriginal Republic of North America.
That's cool, man. That's
Yeah.
cool. It just because
Yeah.
you had sent me his video, but you never mentioned none of that. Like, I guess I don't know.
Well, I send you videos of him all the time where you see him with his glasses on. He's doing his doctor stuff or because he's a biochemist.
Okay,
He's
yeah.
a jurist, which is what a real lawyer is. Lawyer is not, truly real. But he's a jurist. I mean, he does. He started the Aboriginal university, the agriculture. Our agricultural society. He has the medical association, the AMA, the Aboriginal Medical Association. He's been pretty much at the head of all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? And you see, he's also a rapper. So I think that's just one of his.
That's interesting, very interesting. I'm gonna be checking him out for sure. He's got my interest. The video, the science of being buried versus cremation. Did you check that video out?
I think so. You gonna play some of it? It'll probably draw some of my memory.
I don't want to go there right now. I might save that for
Okay.
later. But I was thinking about it because I really kind of want to go into the Ukraine thing because it's hard to get off of that. But
Yeah.
but we can use the Ukraine thing as a way to dissect the media and help deprogram ourselves from things. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I want to do. I want to show a few
I think
angles.
there's a lot of people missing like a lot of great details in what like there's a lot of things being said without them saying it.
Yeah, there's a bunch of angles to this, so that it's nuanced and complex.
There is this conversation that people
like life. So the thing is, people don't have the time to really just dig in. So hopefully I can help.
That video?
Which one?
I sent you the video of the news anchors and different journalists that basically said that they had given information that, come to find out, was totally wrong about what was going on in Ukraine. I think I sent it to you.
I probably watched it. Let me see if I can find it. Did you send it on? Was it a TikTok? You sent it on Facebook Messenger?
No, I think I sent it to you through your Instagram.
Oh, on Insta. Let me see. Let me go to it right now.
I think it's like a 2-minute or 3-minute long video.
Shit, I don't see it on Insta. Wait, 2 hours ago. Wait, hold on. I don't see. Nah, bro. The thing on Instagram is from a long time ago. I don't have anything on Instagram from you. At least I don't see it. You might have tagged me in it, but maybe I don't know how to pull that up. I'm looking at the tagged ones. It's not untagged either. So, but check it out. Let me play a bit of this right here. I'm gonna skip around through this video and we'll talk about it because I think at the end is when it gets hot. So, but I have to play the beginning so they let us know about the topic and shit, and then I'm gonna jump to the end. And it's because I think, did you see this video, Pat? I'm sure. I know I sent this one to you. This was Bad Faith talking about it. I'm gonna play a bit of it.
We're having, hyperbolically or not, about whether or not this conflict could be the beginning of the end of the dollar as a reserve currency. What would have to happen for that to be the case? And are we talking about crypto being a reserve currency, or are we talking about some other significant world powers currency being the stand-in?
That looks pretty unlikely from this point. Now, what I will say is that, and there was a great interview on the Odd Notes? I can't remember, the podcast that's by Bloomberg with Joe Weisenthal and a couple of other people. And they interviewed this guy, I think his name was Zoltan. Yeah, Zoltan Pozar was on this podcast talking about whether or not this is going to mean the end of the dollar as the international reserve currency. And what he was basically saying was, if you start seeing central banks being weaponized in the way that they are, then other central banks around the world are going to start thinking, do I want to hold dollars anymore? And a big part of what underpins the dollar as the currency that's used to clear transactions is the fact that it is held by all of these different central banks, and they all agree that that's going to be the last currency that they kind of use to clear international payments. If a bunch of central banks decide, well, this isn't safe anymore, it's not safe for me to hold assets denominated in dollars, it's not safe for me to hold assets in other central banks, then what he was suggesting was that you might start seeing a move back to gold. So pegging, for example, the ruble to gold. That would be pretty disastrous in itself for the Russian economy and for any economy that tried to do that. And the reason is that, when you are pegging your currency in that way, you have to kind of take cash out of the economy to use it to buy up your currency to keep it stable. It can be deflationary. And we've seen this historically. It effectively often amounts to the need to impose long-term austerity, and also to keep interest rates often very high to stop capital from leaving the economy. So it can really kind of like dampen economic growth at the level of the domestic economy, a peg to gold. So that would be a drawback of that. It's also probably pretty unlikely seeing as we haven't had any form of gold pegging used at the level of the international economy since the collapse of Bretton Woods in the 1970s.
Let me put a pin in her comment right there. I was just reading or
I
watching the
really wanted to say
article
something too, but yeah, go ahead.
about Russia is talking about the ruble being gold backed and doing that with his currency. Now, this would imagine what this would do. You know what I'm saying? And he's already cozying up with China. So let's say China and Russia go together with the gold backed currency. The rest of the world's going to fall in suit in no time. Everybody's going to fall. All of a sudden, it's going to be because people are going to have more faith in it. They're going to have more trust. It's going to be a more stable currency because the dollar has trillions of debt attached to it. So if you put that gold as your currency back in your currency, which is what they're talking about doing with the ruble, game over.
Well,
that's why they killed Gaddafi.
Well, the thing about that is because I mean it would definitely kill like pretty much everybody on the chessboard because I mean you got to think about the whole world has been robbed of their gold. I mean Africa still has some, but they're day to day getting their gold taken out of their country. America's gold has been stolen, I know since the early 1900s, before they moved to the the Federal Reserve notes. So yeah, I mean it would I mean we don't have any gold to purchase any of their certificates or whatever, unless they're just going to start handing them out and saying, all right, everybody starts off with this amount, like the game of Monopoly, and
But that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen.
Exactly.
That's not gonna happen. So what'll happen is that the stuff that you do have that's value, like your oil or whatever, then you can. And then, but what'll happen is everybody will start trading all of these kind of commodities using this more stable currency because the global market is the global market. It ain't nothing you could do about it. We live in a global world now. So you, like me sitting right here in my apartment in Houston, I can sell my product to someone that's in India. And I'm literally doing that right now. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm not selling a product, but you get what I'm saying, a service or whatever. I'm providing a service. That's how I would see it. And to someone that's in India. And India is like one of my biggest people checking my shit. So Indonesia and shit like that. So like that we live in a global world. There's nothing that we can really do about that. It's really a good thing. But for people to feel comfortable with the, exchanging commodities, they want a currency. That's why you got the Bitcoin thing going on and the digital everyone. I think we're in a reset, and the world is kind of looking for the next thing that's gonna be able to be used globally that's stable enough that people have enough trust in.
Yeah, because I mean right now, I think crypto is the next thing that is gonna really take over because I mean even when it's you compare it to, 'cause I mean it still has to be compared to something for its value. And but with crypto, if you have Bitcoin in China and you're trading it in for some yen or yuan or whatever or however you pronounce it, it's going to be based on that dollar or that currency there. Same thing here in America or anywhere else in the world. So I mean, it's going to need something to set its value up against for to be able to trade, to set the standard for trade. But this whole idea of changing the standard to the gold standard, I mean it would really, like, everybody would be pretty much starting off at zero and have to do business
and whoever
with
actually
who
has gold is going to be in a very good, much better position than those who don't.
Exactly.
or rubles or whatever the currency is that's backed by gold. So then that means that you're going to be exchanging your dollars or your whatever currency you have into that other currency because it's going to have more spending power globally. Because that's what it's going to be
Well,
about, the global. But you could probably, because what I could see happening in the future is the dollar being still in existence, but only mainly being traded within like the areas
well,
of influence, and the rest
well,
of
the
the
thing,
world
well, you know
then moved on.
what really would make the most sense is to, because I mean, if let's just say, that if the U.S. dollar does fall completely, and there has to be a substitute, I mean, the most sensible thing would be is the Chinese dollar, the yuan,
The
because
one, yeah,
they're the most the one, however you pronounce it, I don't know, but because they do have the largest economy, and you know
exactly. So
it
in Russia and China, and because of the U.S. posturing that we've been doing for years, Russia and China has been cozying up, and then they do their little influences covertly because that's the way they had to do it, and it's just been building over time, and they got these relationships. So the thing is, that's what it's all about. Is the trust is where the currency has value, right? So
the most
then you got
reliability, yeah.
so you got the big huge economy of China, you got the big huge economy of Russia, and their influences in India and all over Africa and these other areas.
Yes.
And so they cozy with each other, and if Russia and China was to agree on some kind of fucking currency, bro, and it was gold back or something, nigga, game over.
But
Doc
I mean,
says
we have to question also within that whole equation is how much of America does China already own?
so I'm
Because I mean,
telling you.
they've been loaning money to America for the last 2 decades with
And the dot that and they be talking about the debt, and I understand the debt. I be talking about, you be saying I just want to print money, but I understand the debt. The dollar is what's attached to the debt. That trillions of debt is attached to the dollar. You know what I'm saying? So, but
true.
we don't have to be attached to the dollar though. That's the thing. Somebody do have to pay at the end of the day. Somebody got to pay the piper, but we don't have to be attached to that dollar. Doc says, media programming, where is the daily running coronavirus death count like under 45? The numbers are higher under 46. What about the U.S. citizens still trapped at the airport over 200 days now? At the airport? And where's their countdown? What people at the airport? I don't know what you're talking about with that, but I know what you're talking
Well,
about with
I
the
think he's talking
first
about
part.
the refugees.
There's refugees at a U.S. There's U.S. refugees at an airport somewhere. What are you talking about?
I
In
think
Russia?
or Ukraine or somewhere over there.
In Ukraine?
Poland. I
They
don't
should.
wherever they were flooding to. Yeah, but I mean that's the thing that all these things that's still going on that nobody gives a shit about unless the news is telling you. So it's like, okay, that you
Oh, he
hear
say
it one day,
Afghanistan.
huh?
Afghanistan. So, okay. We
What?
that makes sense. That makes sense. I believe that. I believe that because it was a date, and them people liable to be dead now, bro. Because the Taliban don't fuck with you if you fucked with the U.S., bro. They still real. This is personal, bro. Like it's really personal to them. So anybody who fucked with the U.S., the UN sympathizers, anything like that.
But look,
Um,
when somebody comes into your country and takes it over a lie, and
they really
even after the lie has been figured out and is well known, there's no, oh man, you know what, I'm sorry, my information, my information was wrong, look, let me try to fix it. No, that conversation never happens.
And I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but if they've been at the airport for over 200 days, bro, I doubt if they fucking still alive. Because Afghanistan, they put an ultimatum and it was like a date, and Biden wanted to follow that date or whatever, and that's what happened. So then when they left, they left, bro. The Taliban took over, so they became they're trying to be a legitimate government over there. So they became the what it is. So the law becomes Taliban law, nigga. So like,
if those people stayed in the airport, they foolish as hell. They should have got them a car and drove as far as they could.
A fucking camel,
and got a something.
Not to be.
Look, they should have went and jumped in one of them damn military vehicles that got left over there.
Yeah, because and they told it was a date. It was a date. Everybody knew to get out of the fucking country, bro. Everybody knew to get out the fucking country. What the fuck was you doing all that time? Yeah. Get the fuck out.
A lot of them probably have met execution.
That's what I'm saying. That's sad, but that's probably the case. Let me play a bit more at the beginning of this, and I'm going to flip to the end of it.
Instead, generally where they've been pegged to dollars. So there's the question of like, what else could be used? Now, crypto, I cannot see any single existing cryptocurrency becoming the international reserve currency. Because again, this is not something that just happens. It is a political change. The point that this guy made was that the big changes that have taken place in currency domination, basically, of like which currency is the dominant of in the world's economy, have taken place during wars. So yeah, for example, the Second World War was the point at which we moved from the kind of dominance of sterling to the dominance of the dollar, like, properly. That you can see a case for saying that with this weaponization of the central bank, America's enemies have an incentive to think about developing a kind of parallel system that will allow them to transact and trade with one another and, trade with the rest of the world that is not so reliant on the US. The other reason that this kind of seems a little bit more appealing is that after the financial crisis, the US central bank, and this had been used in the past, but it was used really strongly after the financial crisis, had these swap lines with lots of other central banks around the world. And it basically said to a bunch of central banks that were kind of America's friends, we'll give you almost unlimited access to dollars. You will swap your currency for dollars. That's why they're called swap lines. And you can use those dollars then to deal with any problems that are happening in your financial system or to kind of settle debts or stabilize your currency or whatever you want to do. But only America's allies were able to access those swap lines. The network of swap lines was expanded recently, but again, it only includes not that like the 15 or so countries. Now, some of those central banks then have their own swap lines with other smaller central banks in their region, but there are still big chunks of the financial system that are excluded from this arrangements.
I think the lady was a bit arrogant. Not arrogant. The word would be naive. She's a bit naive.
I agree with that term, naive, because I don't think she really realizes how deep a doo-doo
to have genuinely targeted sanctions.
My bad.
No, I mean it's good. I'm honest, we can pick it up a little later.
Yeah.
Let her say her thing.
Because I think it's here where it was good. She gave her a really good question, and then she's not gonna be able to. She's gonna her naivete. Mm-hmm. Is gonna keep her from being able to even kind of. I hope this is the part.
That's why I love my sister, because she always asks some great questions, and she can articulate it to the T, and it just lets you know. She should be the one getting interviewed.
Yeah, that lady was Bernie. That was Bernie Sanders' press. She would have been the White House press secretary if Bernie Sanders would have won.
But the primary thing, of course, always is trying to get to a position of peace.
Is it truly possible to have genuinely targeted sanctions that hurt oligarchs and aren't affecting the people of Russia?
Yeah, of course, because these oligarchs primarily hold their money outside of Russia. They don't trust Putin. There is very little trust among thieves. Yeah, a huge amount of wealth in Russia is held offshore. I think it was Adam Tooze, or maybe Sayers, I can't remember, an economist brought up a chart showing all the wealth that is Russian that is held offshore, and it's just a huge amount of that wealth. And bear in mind that the kind of 500 wealthiest oligarchs surrounding Putin have as much wealth as almost the rest of the entire Russian population combined. That is a staggering amount of wealth, and they obviously want to hold on to that. If you start shutting down access to that wealth, and not just doing that, but actually targeting these individuals, so making their lives very difficult, making it difficult for them to move around, making it difficult for, them to put their kids in London private schools or whatever, then you're not just targeting the money, you're also targeting the reputation and their lives, basically. And why are they often living in London? It's because they want to take their money, leave Russia, go and live nice lives and be part of London society and feel very important. If you shut all of that down, these people are suddenly going to think, right, well, why am I going to continue supporting Putin when he's led us into this conflict, which basically has seen me vilified by everyone else in the country in which I'm living? So yeah, there are definitely ways of doing this that target oligarchs without imposing a huge amount of pain on Russian people.
Yeah, I guess in my mind, I imagine the kind of trickle down effect that happens when you, let's say, the argument stateside is, oh, if you increase taxes on millionaires and billionaires, they'll just raise prices. And you see this happening. You see this happening in the context of the supply chain crisis being used as an excuse to raise prices, and it all gets blamed on inflation. And now there's an ongoing narrative struggle, where members on the left are trying to say prices are up because of corporate greed and supply chain issues, not just because of supply chain issues. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and obviously the big factor there is energy. Sorry, can you just repeat the question?
Yeah, no. So I guess there was a part of me that wondered to what extent some of the costs of sanctions would be passed off by oligarchs into the people of Russia by some way or another, whether or not it's because some of the oligarchs are political, because they are business owners that are able to extract more from the people, things like that. And because things are just so commingled, I just wonder the extent to which you could really parse out and target these kinds of sanctions.
Yeah, I mean, the difference is that Russia's oligarchy is purely almost kleptocratic. When we're talking about, let's say, the American financial business elites, a lot of them get their wealth from exploitation of working people, from links to the government. But some of what they're doing is playing a role in capital accumulation. A lot of what they're doing is playing a role in capital accumulation, is kind of facilitating jobs creation or whatever. I'm not defending these people by saying what they're doing is great, but ultimately, if they were to stop doing that, then yes, it would have an impact on the lives of workers. When it comes to the case of the Russian oligarchs, they are basically purely kleptocrats. They just stole assets that had belonged to the state. These assets were sold off on the cheap, and then they were able to basically reap the rewards of that. And they are now sitting on huge amounts of wealth that was stolen from the Russian people. So it's just a very, and I'm not saying that this is a situation that's unique to Russia, because it also takes place, it's very clear in parts of the UK, I'm sure in parts of the US, there are a significant chunk of the capitalist ruling class that are just purely kleptocratic, that have just stolen what they have, whether that's through kind of privatization, through tax avoidance, through just, conflict. And it would be really easy and simple just to say, that it's gone. You can't have it anymore. Potentially, say, we're taking this wealth and we'll hand it back to a democratically elected government when Putin steps down, which again, then, gives the Russian people a greater incentive actually to demand his removal.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. I've had you for about an hour now, and I'm really grateful that you've been so generous with your time. I want you to tell our audience where they can find.
I think I missed the question. I don't know where it is, bro. That's what sucks. I'm sorry, y'all. I got to get better at this.
Undermining their own governments by supporting actors to evade sanctions, for example, against Iran.
Because
weapons trafficking, to facilitate
the left.
How do we get to peace? And
the left has.
Well, most people on the left are of the view.
Yeah, they were talking about the left. Let me see.
That are not at fault, but. All matters. I appreciate that. Before I let you go, though, I want to talk about your most recent piece at the Tribune, which is titled "Punish the Oligarchs, Not the Poor." And this is something that the left has been talking a lot about. Before the conflict really popped off last week, there was a conversation ongoing about how, okay, targeting the left is against sanctions. Sanctions hurt the people of these countries that are not at fault. But if Biden really does manage to do these targeted sanctions, then maybe that's okay. We have to respond in some way, was the line coming out of, I think, a good part of the left. Now that we have these aggressive and in some ways unprecedented sanctions that you've been describing in terms of the weaponization of central banks, and we have seen the long lines in Russia and the direct ways that these are implicating a much broader group of people at the same time that energy is not being sanctioned. And at the same time that there are still these oligarchs, particularly in the UK, owners of soccer clubs, et cetera, who seem to be skirting these sanctions. I want you to talk a little bit about how the left should be looking at this and what kind of skeptical eye we should bring to how sanctions are being applied right now. What should we be advocating for?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think, everyone on the left most people on the left are of the view that the kind of primary thing when we're thinking about the emergence of conflict is like, we should always be arguing for peace. We should be agitating for peace. We should be standing with Russian protesters who are agitating for peace. We shouldn't allow imperialist governments, whether that's in Russia or the US or anywhere else in the world, to start conflicts whereby they're sending other people's kids to die, whereby, they are destroying people's lives, and, doing so often with the support and help of very wealthy and powerful interests in the private sector, in the military, and in Russia's case, with the network of oligarchs that surrounds Putin. So, I mean, that's the framework that we have to be looking at this from, like, how do we get to peace? And I think alongside that, we should also be looking at...
I lost it, bro. My bad, y'all. Go ahead, y'all. Comments. Doc says, we still have people trapped. I already read that. Go ahead, comment, y'all. Because I kind of lost it.
Well, I think she lost it a long time ago, too, because, I mean, she's really, commenting on things that's almost irrelevant, because, I mean, we're so far past her assumptions of what this world really looks like. This is like, it's almost, she's looking at it in a, let's just say she definitely doesn't have all of the information. I'm not going to pretend that I know all the answers, but at the same time, I mean, a lot of these things are put in place or set up the way that they are in order for, because, I mean, our dollar crashing is not because, a pandemic.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that for now. But
yeah, so I mean, I'm gonna come back to another sides of this Ukraine thing, but one part of it is like the dollar. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is an aspect of what's happening and manifesting itself in Ukraine. If that makes any sense, what I'm trying to say.
Of how, all right,
the issues with the dollar, the fragility of it.
Yes, and one of the reasons, because I mean, the U.S. is really invested in this because they know that if they can destabilize Russia and somehow, get them at his feet, that changes the whole entire world. It really does open a lot of doors for them, because if they can weaken Russia, that'll kind of make China, because I think China's like somewhat neutral because they play both sides. I think, even though that they're the number 2 power militarily, they're still kind of neutral because they really like Russia. They like what Russia stands for, but at the same time, they know that they're not as strong as you know, us militarily and could lose everything, and they don't want to position themselves to where, you know, everything that they've worked for just gets flushed down the toilet because of Russia. But either way, it does have a big impact on our dollar, because I mean, this is what the whole world has been using for trade. You know, other countries are trading dollars for, you know, things that they're trading with, you know, with each other all around the world. So it has, that's like, I really don't know how to explain it any deeper than that. You know what I'm saying? That's the dollar controls the world.
Yeah.
And when it,
Yeah.
you know, if it, you know, because I mean, really, it's just a matter of time. It will fall. It's going to fall. Is now what? That's the big question for everybody. Which, you know, I'm sure they have what they think and answer, but how do they roll it out to the people? That's more of a problem for them, because they know what they want to do, but it's a matter of how they're going to do it.
And then us as, you know, people, we got to think about how we're going to deal with it. You know what I mean? It's going to affect everyone.
Uh, Well, you know, really at this level of the game, I mean, we really don't have. I mean, we just really have to roll with the punches. I think a lot of people should really be prepared to feed themselves, because I mean, it's going to be a war before it's all said and done. It's going to be a all-out war. No supplies into this country from anywhere, so you better have you a few cucumbers and some okra and some, you know, whatever you can grow. You can get you some chickens, you know, get you an egg, a couple of eggs, and sit on them motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Get you some chickens running around the yard or something. Cause I'm telling you, man, it's gonna be tight.
Yeah, so what about the gas prices? How is that affecting y'all? Anybody want to make comments about that?
Ooh, Lord, man, shoot, I almost come to tears when I think about that, man. Shoot, you know, for me as a truck driver, you know, I went from spending like 15 to $1,800 or so a week to damn near 3,000.
Has your fuel surcharge increased on your rate?
Well, no, no,
Have
no,
compensated?
yeah, not, well, you see, I do get a surcharge, but it doesn't really make up that big of a difference. You know, I'm not paying what it says at the pump, but at the same time, you know, my rates, or huh?
Dang. No, I was just saying, man. I remember when it was like that for me when I was with Swift, because Swift they strictly went off of what the Department of Energy recommended, right? Whereas
Yeah,
when
that's
I
everybody.
switched over to hauling chemicals, uh, you know, like with Swift, like right now with the fuel prices, their fuel surcharge is probably about 75, 80 cents, right?
Yeah.
Well, when I switched over to this company, Questliner, and I had my truck and I was running chemicals for them, my fuel surcharge, they would get, so like, let's say I was going from here to just say from Houston to Chicago, and that load paid, the gross of that load paid $5,000. Well, they would also tack on another, right now with the fuel being like this, they would tack on like another 23%, which would cover my fuel. So my fuel surcharge would be somewhere in the ballpark between like, let's just say, when fuel was reasonable, I was getting like right at $1,100 on fuel to go up to Illinois. So that would basically cover my fuel all the way up there, and partially, and if I didn't get a load coming back, it would cover me all the way up there and partially back. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah, well,
So like,
you're looking at it where it's being supplemented through the brokerage. Like whoever's making the deal on those loads, that's where you're seeing your you know, your surcharge. For me, I'm looking at it directly from the fuel company, and just because of the amount that the company uses, we get it at a different rate. So I guess you could say it's somewhat, because I mean
Yeah,
there are
I
some
get what you're
loads.
saying.
There's some loads that's paying more, but and it's based on the fuel. So yeah, it makes a difference there. But yeah, I was looking more so at the actual rate I'm paying per gallon based on the fuel. Because we mostly using we use pilots and flying J's, and
Yeah,
because
I get.
we buy so much fuel, we get a discounted rate. That's the part I was thinking you was talking about. But yeah, no, it's
Oh,
definitely
okay.
going. Yeah, the surcharge that you're getting based on the load, that's automatically has to be there because I mean inflation is up. The fuel prices are up. So yeah, I mean, yeah, that's gonna automatically
Yeah,
set itself.
I get what you're talking about. Yeah, that's just like with the one company I was with, the tanker company I was telling you about. Like if we fuel that Love, let's just say if Love's diesel was running $2.89 a gallon, I was only paying. I would only be paying like if it was $2.89, I would only be paying like $1.79 or something like that a gallon or something like that. They got
That's a
discounts through Love.
That's a damn good discount because I don't think I see that big of a discount,
Now,
especially
it
for
wasn't
gallon.
that big. I was just giving I think our discount, if it was $2.89, we got about at Lowe's. They gave us about I think it was like 75 cents off whatever the list price was.
Yeah.
Or something like that. It was like 50. It would vary each week. They would send it to us and let us know what our discount would be each week. And not each week, but every month, what our discounts would be at Lowe's, depending on how much fuel the company had already paid for in advance through Lowe's.
Yeah.
So they would let us know. But I never really based it off of that, man, because I had a lot of the guys with this old head. He told me, he was like, man, don't ever base your shit off of what the company discounts. He was like, you always want to go off of your fuel surcharge because that is what's going to either make you or break you. Because that's your money. And depending on how your truck is performing and running, it also make or break you. If you're not getting good fuel mileage, he was like that fuel surcharge would be going out the window, out the tailpipe.
Yeah. Well, Chaka, to answer your question, bro, it's horrific.
That's fucked up. It's like I think they'd be attacking the middle class because the big companies probably it ain't hurting them. Let me play this little clip.
They intentionally withhold oil energy production in an effort to artificially inflate the prices of energy. It's not because Americans are stupid. It's because we have corporate media that doesn't actually give them the accurate information regarding what's happening and how oil prices or gas prices work. Most people, including, well-meaning progressives, don't know that we export our natural resources. And it's because corporations get to control those natural resources and they sell it to the highest bidder. And so when we talk about energy dependence, it's such a ridiculous thing to say because we, again, produce more oil and natural gas than any other country in the world. We're literally number one. The idea that we're going to just go along with this disaster capitalism garbage where oil companies are trying to exploit this crisis to get more favorable treatment and more deregulation from government is just infuriating. How oil prices or gas prices work. Most Americans.
Okay. Comments.
That's crazy, man. Because I was just talking to one of the head managers for Love's. He's like the head guy for like the Love's in the southern region, and we were talking about the fuel prices and how all of this shit is, how everything is basically bullshit. How they're raising our fuel and gas prices. And this driver came up and was like, yeah. It's because they shut down the damn Keystone Pipeline. And he was like, I'll have you know, the Keystone Pipeline was basically waste oil from Canada to some country, he said. And he was like, what's really hurting us is the pipeline, the part of the Keystone Pipeline that they shut down for our natural gas. That is what's driving the prices up. because it's putting such a restraint on drilling companies that it's, they're not able to get the amount of
bro.
natural gas that they're able to use, or something like that. He was saying it was some of the terms that he used.
No, it's bullshit. It's all bullshit.
It's all fake. Look, these people are fugazi like a mug, bro. Like they I mean, with the honest truth, how do we even know that the gas that we getting is foreign?
They was looking at the numbers. It's like 200,000 barrels or something a year we get from somewhere else, and I don't know what the other number is, but the other number blows that one way out the water where it's domestic. And it's really crazy. Europe is the ones that it makes sense that it hurts Europe because they buy a bunch of their shit from Russia. So Europe are the ones that it makes sense to be hurting. For the United States to be hurting and having to pay more, that doesn't make any damn sense. That's them taxing the shit out of us, bro. Period.
That's just fucking party taxing the fuck out of us. It's the same way when Obama was in office, how fuel prices were up through the roof. You know what I'm saying? Every time the Democratic Party is, I feel like it's their way of trying to tax regular citizens for using their vehicles on the road, and they can't implement that tax yet, so they're fucking you on your gas.
Just put it in the gas. Yeah.
That's my Democratic Party. Okay, my bad, man.
No, you good, bro. But I was just saying, my theory to it all is, they're making the prices, gradually go up in order for us to get used to the new pricing. Because, I mean, first of all, like I said, I mean, yeah, we might be getting some foreign oil, but at the same time, the reason that OPEC exists is so that there's always a fair rate of exchange of oil throughout the world, no matter who, who's,
And they have to buy it in dollars. So we winning on that. Period. So that's bullshit. Come on.
Yeah,
they have
bro.
to use dollars. They have to use dollars.
And that's the things that we have to remember. Like, there's things that have been put in place to make sure that nobody's, I mean, because we can say inflation, we can blame it on the pandemic, all these other things, but I mean, really, we just need to blame it flat out on our power structure of being greedy, because, like I said, I mean, it kind of defeats the purpose for us to have reserves and to continue to use these reserves in such a tight time, instead of using some, because we have, bro, like, we got, like, you can look it up and find out the exact amount, but bro, we got enough reserves for 20 years.
Yeah, I was looking at the numbers. And look at Texas, bro. Texas is by itself, bro. Like
that's not counting untapped oil, like stuff that we haven't, pulled out of the ground yet. We're talking about oil that's already come out of the ground
that they process
and stored.
I'm passing a tank on right now that's owned by Enterprise. And it's probably about 300 tanks right here on side of the Sam Houston toll road before you cross that big ass bridge on the toll road.
Yeah.
And all of them fuckers are full of oil, bro.
That's what I'm telling you, bro. And we have all the refining fucking they send they shit from other countries to get it done here because we got the most fucking equipment to do that shit. Doc says if they move gas prices up to $8 a gallon, then we will treat them as heroes when they cut the price down to $5 again. I think you're right, Doc.
I look, I was thinking the same thing, but my numbers were different because, like, right now, like, because because for diesel, for me, I know diesel is I think I saw 5.15 when I went earlier today. So I'm just like, shoot, even if we get down to 3.50 a gallon, 3.75 a gallon, that's gonna seem like a big relief because it's like, you're already paying $5-6. I mean, it don't even have to get as high as $8. $8 would be really extreme, you might as well just forget it.
Man,
Niggas is
that's
paying
what
that
it
in
is
Canada
that's
and
what it is in California right now.
Yeah,
California, that shit,
789, 779, some shit. I
man, my
saw it.
buddy just posted a picture on Facebook today. Him and his wife's team drive. They pay $8.15 in Barstow, California, a gallon. Today, he just posted a picture, bro. They team drive. They haul nothing but produce from California out to Iowa and back, and they pay $8.15 in Barstow, California, a gallon. Bro. I think he only got like 65 gallons just to get him back over the Arizona line, and this shit was like $600 or something like that.
God damn, that's hot. That's rape. That's rape, bro. That shit hurt.
Yeah.
That's
See,
running up in you.
Because I mean, just imagine for California, like because California pretty much operates as its own separate country, and but it still has the fuel regulation, the federal regulations, and then they add their own tax on top of it. So yeah, it's pure robbery when
It's
you
rape.
know.
It's rape. it's running up in you, raw.
It really is, unless you already got you a horse and buggy.
Yeah.
And you
Because what you gonna do? You can't.
The Amish.
What you gonna? Yeah. What you gonna do? You don't have no option. It's like you gonna pay this gas or not. Period. And can I the corn cob? Can I shove this corn cob up in you, or you walking? These are your options.
Yeah, and I ain't gonna lie, I love my AC and my heat.
So
I got my
just
truck
grabbing
running
our
right
knees.
now.
We
Bro,
gonna grab our knees.
I got my truck running right now.
I'm gonna be like, just do it quickly. Just do it quickly. Doc says, friend of mine is in Stockton, California last week, $7.15 a gallon for regular.
That's gasoline. I hate that. Look, I hate to see what it is for diesel. It's $10.
Y'all check this comment.
And be thrown out. What do we do?
My bad. But check this comment out right here. I'm gonna try to start it over.
Certainly not sacred. All right.
This is interesting. This is interesting. This should get y'all here.
Yeah, some will say, okay, so are you arguing for throwing out the Constitution? Should the Constitution be thrown out? What do we do? Is it a living document? Is it a sacred document?
It's certainly not sacred. All right. The Constitution is kind of trash. Now let's just talk as adults for a second.
What did you say? It's what?
It's kind of trash.
Trash.
It was written by slavers and colonists and white people who were willing to make deals with slavers and colonists. They didn't ask anybody who looked like me what they thought about the Constitution.
Some will say, okay, so are you arguing for throwing out the Constitution? Should the Constitution be thrown out? What do we do? Is it a living document? Is it a sacred document?
It's certainly not sacred. All right.
What y'all think?
This is propaganda at the highest level.
What say you?
Well, I say this dude don't know enough about his history for him to say that, who the Constitution was written by, because the United States adopted this document from the previous administrations, or from the America that existed before they got here. So they didn't create it, and yes, they were slavers. But I mean, there's no country that didn't have slavery, but it was created by melanated people. Like, that's the people that was here before the Europeans came here, before George Washington got appointed as the president of the United States. Like, they don't know enough about their history, and like I said, that's why I say it's propaganda, because for those who've really been studying, they know that the white and black was a construct where they've attached it to different people's skin color, where originally the white people were the black people who were really, that was the class. It was like, if you studied India and their caste system, it's the same thing here, except they call it black and white and brown and yellow. Like, they got subclasses underneath white, And bro, even to this day, when people come from North Africa or Southern Europe, they still can come here regardless of your skin color as a white person. So it's a total misconception. They've just lied, and most people really just don't understand the truth of it. So that's the biggest problem with the Constitution, is that enough people don't understand it. That's the biggest issue. But
Yeah.
I believe that whole propaganda is leading around to them having, like, being able to, push a different narrative on people where they accept it, and the NWO stuff can stick out its nasty head.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I can co-sign everything you said.
Well, that's probably because you don't know, everything there is about the Constitution. I mean, I think there's like a lot of legitimate stuff, but if we hadn't allowed ourselves to be denationalized to the extent where we don't know who we are to this land, we would have never experienced the problems that we see with it. But because we've drank the Kool-Aid, we got big problems with it because we just don't know who we are here. That's it.
Doc says, and KY jelly is a petroleum-based product, so it ain't cheap to help. Like, we gotta go to the Russians to get that too. Like, damn.
Cut it out.
Yeah, man. I'm glad Doc gets my really, really off humor.
Yeah, because that was kind of dark for a second. You thought, just do it fast. I'm like, oh shit. Please.
Because it's painful, because I mean the idea of it is true, right? Like, how are you gonna say no? What's your no to that? What's your rebuttal?
Well,
they got us by the throat when it comes to that kind of shit.
Hey, bro, I'm just as drunk on the Kool-Aid. Maybe not as drunk as the average person, but I mean, I'm stuck in a lot of it as well. I mean, I'm in the system too. I'm not of the system, but I am in the system. Like, even though, I'm somewhat outside of things because of my indigenous government, I still have to operate my business through their system.
Did you see the video of the automated racism one with the algorithms and shit?
Yeah, I watched that one.
Yeah, what y'all think about that? I don't think I'm gonna play that.
Talk to him, Darren.
Man, I didn't know enough about it, but after watching that video, it kind of makes sense. Because when you think about the engineers and the people behind it, majority of them they're not darker pigmented people. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it kind of makes sense, bro. And it's like, since that video, I've been paying attention to these automated fucking sinks at the Love's truck stop. And them bitches barely work, bro. Like, they barely work, but I don't know, just watching that video and them breaking it down, it made a lot of sense. It's crazy. To think about automation is racist, that it's been trained by people to be racist.
The idea of that is mind-blowing, because you're like, a computer can't be racist. The damn algorithm can't be racist.
Yeah, now statistics can make it that way. When you're talking about the analytics and how, they were calculating certain things, yeah, that, I could see how it could get racist on the, like, it could be racist. Now, I really chopped up the picture taking thing. You know how it all. You know their whole thing began was because like lighter skin is more photogenic, and I guess it's a camera could easily pick it up, but at the I mean when there's no white faces there or real light skinned faces there, and let's say even with your phone, I mean it still picks up those faces and to focus in on them, but
Yeah, so
the
that, but
contrast I think may have been a big issue with the camera.
I think that was a good way of proving it, because that damn computer just wanted to take they had the dude's picture way at the bottom at the other dude's feet, and so you talking about, so the damn camera had to zoom in on this dude's legs to get the picture of the white dude, and the algorithm did that all on its own.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's pretty wild because there was some parts of it I'm like, you know what? That's a racist ass computer. You know what I'm saying? But 'cause I'm serious. Like I mean, they was talking about the insurance numbers and because they made that graph and they were showing the risk management part of it, and you know for them to be able to do like I said, I mean the numbers that's there. I mean a lot of that data was inputted, so it wasn't necessarily the computer or the analytics that they have based on their customers, the people that they provide the insurance services for, and who actually uses it the most, or this, that, and the other, or whose bills end up being the most led to black people, which made them higher risk. So I'm like, it's really kind of a hard thing. I mean, I I know that some of these AI robots are programmed to be, if you want to say racist, uh, but it can detect certain things to be able to pinpoint certain people over others.
Oh
I mean,
yeah.
why you think people they wanted people wearing masks? I mean, it helped them be able to work out a lot of the kinks in the cameras that they putting up all over the cities and different you know different areas where they putting these cameras up to maybe to the extent where they could, regardless whether you got a mask on or not, maybe it's being able to detect you by your eye retina. I don't know, but they believe me, a lot of that stuff
Maybe it was to
was.
help people that's trying to do crime, so you can't see their face during the facial, all this facial recognition shit.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, a lot of people like they not using them uh COVID masks in order because look, I know you've seen those masks that'll turn you into like those full head and shoulder masks, like where it just takes like a black person can be a white person could be black. Like I mean, you could totally change your whole identity. A lot of that stuff is happening every day.
Yeah, so like in the protesters, sometimes those protests be started
Mm,
by the people who, that shit is a mess, bro. That's why going out there and protesting, your
it's
ass,
it's it's not recommended by me.
no, I don't recommend it.
That last night that someone ought to assassinate President Putin. Does the White House have any take on that statement?
That is not the position of the United States government, and certainly not a statement you'd hear come from the mouth of anybody working in this administration.
What Lindsey Graham did suggest is that there's no peaceful resolution here while Vladimir Putin is still in power in Russia. Does the president share that view?
The president believes there continues to be a diplomatic path forward. That is the path forward that will help resolve what we're seeing on the ground. President Putin has the ability to de-escalate. We have left the door open for months now to be engaged through de-escalation if de-escalation occurs. Obviously, humanitarian corridors, a ceasefire, those would all be steps that would be welcomed. But no, we are not advocating for killing the leader of a foreign country or regime change. That is not the policy of the United States.
Say word. Let me play that last part again, because
I know.
that's news to me. That's news to me. That was news to me. Let me play that again.
Policy of the United
Oh wait,
States.
wait. Hold on.
Not
because that I didn't know that. She informed me of something right there.
But that there's no
regime
peaceful
change. That is not the
This part.
leader of a foreign country or regime change. That is not the policy.
We not what?
The leader of a
You
foreign
said that's
country.
not the policy. Shit, y'all.
Ceasefire.
Okay.
Those would all be steps that
I'm
would
gonna
be
be
welcomed.
quiet.
But no, we are not advocating for killing the leader of a foreign country or regime change. That is not the policy of the United States.
Really? Say word.
Shoot, that's a common practice of the United States. The hell you talking about?
The leader of a foreign country or regime change. That is not the policy of the United States.
Senator Lindsey Graham.
In the name of democracy, that has been a common practice over the last 50 years.
So, but on the first part though, where they're talking about Putin, and like I wish people would stop talking like this, because don't talk like this. Somebody should have told Senator Graham, bruh, shut up, stop it. You know what I'm saying? Bruh, stop. Don't talk like that. Like, regardless how you feel about Putin, that's not like, what do you think will be the repercussions of if you were somehow to be successful in assassinating Putin? What do you think the repercussions of that would be?
Fall out. I mean, because if Putin decides that, like, he's already probably chosen who he wants to take over after him, and they're well trained. Like, they're probably in training as we speak. Something
And
happens
ready
to
to
him.
go. Ready to go.
It will be seamless. Like, it'll be like he's gonna follow all the things that Putin has done, because he has picked somebody who believes in the same kind of the same idealism he does. So he's picking the person. He's gonna appoint. He's gonna appoint the next person who's gonna take over for him. So, I mean, honestly, like, the question that the guy asked is legitimate, because I mean that's the only way that's gonna, other than like having a long drawn out war. I mean, yeah, that would make it a whole lot easier for them. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it, because, shoot, I don't know if I know you remember that their commercial of their military versus ours.
Yeah,
Like,
it's hilarious. And that's probably how they think for real. I mean, why wouldn't they think any different? I think everybody probably thinks like that. It's not just Russia. All the rest of the countries.
A lot of them. I mean, really, I think that they feel like, shoot, we kind of a pushover. Yeah, we got a lot of heavy artillery, but at the same time, shoot, a lot of those guys y'all don't want to come up against.
Yeah, because
I ain't
even
gonna
just
lie.
regular folks, like our regular Americans versus they regular Russians. I think that hey, they're a little more rugged, bro. They're a little more badass.
Say, bro, look, man, I see some of the training that they do, bro. After they done had a hard workout, they go take a dip in fucking -20 water. They done salt out ice and go down and like swim in the damn freezing cold, like past freezing cold.
Yeah, that's crazy,
bro.
Let me play a bit of this. More of Jen Psaki kind of getting her ass ate by these two reporters. It's funny because this clip is posted by RT. So
was behind this bugging and release. And if you are not willing to go that far, are you concerned at all that officials in the Russian government seem to be wanting to point to draw attention to this?
Well, certainly we think this is a new low in Russian tradecraft in terms of publicizing, posting. I don't have any other independent details about the origin of the YouTube video. You're right. This is clearly happened overnight and is relatively new. But this is something they've been actively promoting, posting on, tweeting about, and certainly that we feel that represents a new low.
But do you think? What do you mean? Can I follow up? Please?
Sure.
What do you mean by this is a new low in Russian tradecraft? Tradecraft is a word typically that refers almost exclusively to espionage activities. Are you saying that you regard this as an act of Russian espionage, that this conversation was recorded and broadcast?
Well, certainly if it was recorded and broadcast, that would be that it would be, violating a private conversation.
You said this is a new low in Russian tradecraft. That means you think that the Russians, in fact, recorded and made available this.
Well, as I just stated, I don't have any independent or new information on that, but obviously they promoted this and were the first to tweet about it. So that's what I was noting.
That's your suspicion. You didn't. You said this is a new low in Russian tradecraft. That implies that you believe it is their responsibility.
Well, I think I was pretty clear in answering Matt's question that I don't have any independent information on the origin of the YouTube video, but obviously they were the first ones to post on Twitter about it, which is an indication. But again, I don't know. I don't have any independent information.
Sorry, can I keep going? Because look, the Russians have repeatedly accused the United States government of interfering in Ukraine's politics. The U.S. government has, to some degree, made reciprocal claims about Russia. Does not the fact that U.S. diplomats purportedly are discussing who should and should not be in a Ukrainian government hint at some possibility of U.S. interference here?
Absolutely not.
Good question there, guy.
No surprise that U.S. officials talk about issues around the world. Of course we do. That's what you do. That's what diplomats do, and discuss especially issues where we've been closely engaged. You know, the secretary met with the opposition this weekend. He stopped by a meeting with the foreign minister. It's up to the people of Ukraine, including officials from both sides, to determine the path forward. But it shouldn't be a surprise that there are discussions about events on the ground.
This was more than discussions, though. This was two top U.S. officials that are on the ground discussing a plan that they have to broker a future government and bringing officials from the UN to kind of seal the deal. This is more than the U.S. trying to make suggestions. This is the U.S. midwifing the process.
Well, Elise, you're talking about a private diplomatic conversation. Those happen all the time. Of course, as part of private diplomatic conversations, there are discussions
Word salad.
It's got to be sucked. It's got to suck to be heard.
What involvement or engagement should happen on the ground. That shouldn't be a surprise. Of course, these things are being discussed. It doesn't change the fact that it's up to the
throw
people
some
on the
words
ground.
in there.
It's up to the people.
I'm not answering this question.
But you're clearly trying to influence what they decide. I mean, one of the quotes is, and this is attributed to Ambassador Pyatt, I think you reaching out to him, Klitschko, helps with the personality management among the three, and it gives you also a chance to move fast on all this stuff and put us behind it before they all sit down and he explains why he doesn't like it. That's not, oh, you know, let them figure this out. That's, gee, let's try to do this so that he won't, decide he doesn't like this plan.
Well, Arshad, it's not a secret that we're engaged with what's happening on the ground. I mean, the secretary met with the opposition this weekend. He also met with the foreign minister. As part of those discussions, you engage with what's happening, what recommendations are. They're going to choose to do it or they're not. But that's, of course, what you discuss in any meeting or conversation regardless.
I want to go back to...
The bottom line here is that you do have an opinion about what role certain people should what role you think is best for certain people to play, correct? I mean, you do have that is an opinion of the United States. It doesn't mean that you're going to foist that or force it on the people of Ukraine, but you do have an opinion. Correct?
Well, Matt, I would caution everybody. We're talking about a couple of minutes from a recorded call. That doesn't reflect every conversation. Slow down, you guys. You guys are going to like internal conversation that's happened.
Y'all going too far into this.
You're absolutely right. But you do have here.
That's what she's saying. Hold on.
Two officials are talking about a preference for what one opposition or several opposition leaders should do, whether they should be in or stay out of the government.
I don't know if I'm gonna play a part, but she's gonna tell him I'm done. She's not gonna like
what you think.
I'm not talking about this no more.
Look, you probably won't see him there again.
I'm not.
That's
We have
bad.
opinions about a range of issues.
Okay.
That shouldn't be a surprise.
So here's my
Mhm.
so I would just then so when you get a question
Mhm.
about whether you think it would be good or bad for politician X or Y in country X or Y to run for office, for any office, I don't think that it is honest for you to say, no, we don't have an opinion, and that's all completely up to the people
Well,
of country
Matt,
X.
there's a
And I
difference.
specifically mean in this
Mhm.
case, I'm talking about Egypt.
Sure. Well, let me
Because
just,
you
just
do have an
make
opinion.
one comment here. There is a difference between private discussions that happen in the interagency process, in the building, and what we convey publicly as a U.S. government. And we have a responsibility to convey what our position is. Of course, you're discussing a range of options on a range of issues.
But if you,
That's what you do as,
Watch
as,
this
as-
question.
as a
sorry,
diplomat.
if you're saying
Listen.
privately behind the scenes that you're cooking up a deal, and then you're saying publicly that this is up for Ukrainians to decide, those are two totally different things. I understand that diplomatic discussions are sensitive and you don't want everything to come out, but those are two totally different positions.
Exactly.
Elise, what do you think happens behind closed doors when people are discussing
Hmm.
issues internally through
This
the
is not
interagency?
discussing issues. This is talking about a deal that the U.S. was cooking up.
I think I would disagree with you. I think you're overstating and over qualifying a couple of minutes from a privately recorded phone call.
I want to get back to the issue about.
Phone call now.
I'm done, Arshad.
I want to get back to the issue.
Did y'all catch that?
Yeah.
Did
All
y'all
day.
catch that?
JT, tell
Yeah.
us what you think. Tell us
Yeah,
what you
go
think
ahead.
about that.
Yeah.
Oh man, they I think they barking up the wrong tree when they mess with Russia, man. And
Well, as far as this, the questions that they were just asking, about how they're having conversations in
behind closed
private.
doors.
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, having behind closed doors, exactly. And then pretending that it's not, it's like it's just a passing conversation. We're not like trying to figure out who's gonna be the regime change or leaders of this country. You're not talking about that. And they're like, wait a minute, that's exactly what they're talking about. What are you talking
Yo,
about?
I
Well, they
think
couldn't. And then she's like, well, it couldn't have been serious. Wait, they had the UN guy there. They had the president. They had this guy. These are all the people that's. Come on.
yeah, I think America trying to be the dictate to these other countries, to these other dictators, man. Cause if this is my country, that's your country. I run mine how I run mine. You run yours how you run yours.
Well, we gotta realize a lot of these countries began with the U.S. helping them set themselves up. So they're already a dictator to these what we consider heads of states or whatever. They're already pawns of the United States when they start. So
And it's there's big names with that. I don't think people understand what you're talking about, Pat, because I think Nigeria is a country that would fall into that, that people wouldn't believe that that's true, but I think it is true. Go ahead.
Bro, that is so true all around the world. I mean, they're picking who they're gonna play. Like when they go in and they kill off these presidents, like I mean, we saw in Haiti, we see in Libya, like I mean, pretty much everywhere that they've taken democracy to, and they put somebody in place, it was their picking. It was not a vote that the people put in place. It was a appointment by the United States.
Yeah, like literally. And
So
it's
they're
still the
already
same lineage. Like some of these have been set up so long ago, that the U.S. ain't forgot about it, and that country ain't forgot about it, but the rest of us have. We don't even realize it. We think these are independent nations. They are to a certain extent, but they are by proxy being like, controlled by the United States.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. United States trying to be a world dictator.
Oh, that's their ultimate plan.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
ultimate plan.
So I like that interview and how those guys they was eating her up. Did y'all see at the end where she was like, you're done. I'm done. I'm you
Yeah,
don't get
yeah,
any
because
more questions."
say, bro, she wanted to throw everything in that office, bro. Like she probably wanted to take that flag and catapult it into the stands, bro. I'm telling, like she was pissed.
Every expression on her face.
Yeah, you can see it on her face. She wanted to hit that nigga, bruh. You need to
Like
shut up talking.
bruh,
You
she would have
who invited you?
look, she wish she could have T-balled that nigga head with one of them damn flags back there.
You don't get no more questions. You done.
Yeah, and I was thinking it because that was one of the people of the press, right? Or was he?
Yeah. Yeah, it was a
Okay,
press. You only can get in there with official ass badges. So it was somebody
that's
official
why I
representing a
just
major network too. Because
yeah,
that's
I
the only
just
way you can
wanted to
get in
make
that
sure
room.
because yeah,
Yeah.
because I know sometimes the senators or whatever. I just making sure. I thought it was
No, it had to be
just
a
all
major
press.
channel. Major channel. It was somebody like CNN, MSNBC, whoever. One of the major channels, and that was one of their representatives up in there. You have to have the official as, and only the ones who work in the Washington D.C. are the ones that get to do those jobs. So
But
yeah,
look,
so she probably knows that guy. She probably
see,
knows him because
and look,
that's
I'm
how
gonna
it
just
goes.
like if any of y'all really understand chess, say, bro, Russia is the queen. Russia is the queen of the opposition because like that's the piece that they need to be off the board in order for everything else to work in their favor.
Yeah.
So that's why it's such a big deal and why Biden and I'm gonna say the U.S. is so involved in this because they're the ones who's actually pulling the strings through it all. Like I mean, even like the Ukrainian government um is true right now. I would say, especially during this military action, was straight up by Biden and his advisors.
Yeah. So Doc says the opposition, that was the code word for KGB, I'm sorry, back before the wall came down. Man, so like I like this interview a lot and I can feel the tension in it and it was a really good question. Like and then the woman asked her about like how can you be on both? These are two different positions. You have to be one or the other, bro. You got to pick a side.
Exactly. And they were holding her feet to the fire, like for real. Like, look, we need some answers because like this is not adding up. You trying to, you think I'm, came out here to pussyfoot around. No, I came out here like we need answers, and y'all not giving us clear cut answers. What's the real deal? And man,
They was
her
tag
face,
teaming her ass.
her face was almost the same color as her hair. I'm telling you, like
They was on her ass. That's why I like the interview. And what's interesting is that was posted by RT. So that's interesting. So they, made that. They didn't make the clip. They just took it from the press thing. But they're the ones who posted that clip, RT. So that's just like, I mean, that shows that RT is saying this clip is showing our side. Like it's like, you know what I mean? It's helping us or whatever. You get what I'm trying to say?
yeah.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have posted it.
Yeah, well, you know that they're salty, and with everything that happened. So I mean, they're really still like they're trying to expose certain things because like there's so many people who are enamored by when these people get on TV, it's like oh utmost respect or whatever, and instead of seeing these people for who they really are, flat out liars that you know they're able, they'll have the ability to, continue this bullshit that they've been doing for too long.
And it's unfortunate because the U.S. I think is winning the propaganda war type
Very much so.
thing. You know what I
Very
mean?
much so.
So like the media, the way they spin stories,
And they talk shit
Russia.
about China, and they talk shit about China and how they don't allow, other outside influences and things like that. Where do you see the U.S. doing that? Because I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
and they
we do
spin
we
every
do have
story.
we have access to certain things, but a lot of times we're able to decipher a lot of this stuff and really, just spin shit that they say themselves that exposes them.
Yeah,
So
they spin every fucking story. So it don't matter where you got your source from. If it was an American source, it's spent like a motherfucker. Cause they even like the movies, like I be saying, people like the FBI and CIA, them niggas gotta fucking approve that shit. You can't just make a movie about anything and then just let it come out to the people. The people gonna be like, nah, you can't make this movie.
but look, they're always right. That's in their dialogue or in this, it was truly monologue because I mean it's mostly in their voice. Like there's always a good reason for what they did when it's never like, well, that may have been a mistake and that conversation shouldn't have happened or no. Well, you don't understand what has. No, we understand. Everything you saying right now is full of shit.
And that's the thing. And like I
Smell
used to
like
think,
roses, like
they
Andre
think every
3000's
they think
about to
everybody
crush
is
it.
dumb. They think everybody's stupid, and they could just keep on feeding us this trash. And that's why they smashing on everybody on YouTube and other independent medias. And it's like you got to get your news from official approved sources. You got to cite official approved citations,
Yes.
which is filtered through whatever the hell they want you to fucking. So you have to do all your research happens within the realm of their fucking propaganda, basically.
Yeah, they tell and then like they credit and discredit who they want, who they they've already preset whose information is credible and uncredible or yeah, uncredible. You know, really leaving people to say like it's almost blasphemy if you go up against what they said.
It is blasphemy. Not only is it blasphemy, it'll get you not being able to get hired at a job, maybe even fired from a job, blackballed from an industry. Look what happened to so many names already. Uh not be able to make money no more in your industry that you're in. So there is punishments. It says Vlad TV says Russia is preparing to cut itself off from the global internet. That's not what's happening. Y'all know I do ads. So they sent me a message and said that you can no longer do ads. I've been running ads in Russia. Past a certain date, you can no longer run ads in Russia, and basically that's it. So that's them cutting like the connection between because you see they shut down the RT. It's a concerted thing. You know what I mean? So and like I said, now I can't advertise in Russia. So then people in Russia can't see my ads, or maybe they can't even see my show.
That's highly likely.
That's crazy.
So that's what's actually happening. You know, it's not
Yeah,
that
because they're saying
story.
Russia is wrong for what they're doing over there.
Right. So that goes that morality thing. That's that morality thing that they got everybody on. And that's what I wanted to talk about. And I was missing it in some clip. I got a clip some fucking where they talk about how the left be on that fucking morality bullshit, denying the truth and all of this shit. And it's like, that's like the biggest fucking, and then it was talking about how they're the biggest benefiters of it half the damn time. It'd be like these in most secluded group. Like, what video is that? I'm gonna find it sometime this week and play that shit for y'all. But like they ones that are in the most like segregated like neighborhood and most fucking, they're the ones that's the most detached from reality, basically. You know what I'm saying? And then they trying to tell everybody else that they're morally better and shit. Like, your ass, and then they're the ones who benefit because they're the same ones who's ordering off of Amazon and shit. You know what I'm saying? They're delusional. Like they're not part of the system. Like they're not benefit from the system. Like they're not upholding the damn system. They're delusional.
Yeah, they're crazy as fuck.
So, and that's what me and Pat was talking about off the air. I think that a lot of people got to be prepared to go without a lot of these amenities and shit that the system provides. You know what I'm saying? You got to be ready to not have this stuff. That's our attachment to the system, and the people are gonna fight for it. You know what I'm saying? Those blue pillars, they're gonna fight us for it. Me and you. They're gonna fight for it to keep it standing, to keep it going. You know what I mean? Even after it's all the way really over, and they're still just holding on to an illusion of it.
Yeah. And that shit, you know, it's just I don't know.
You get what I'm saying, though? We gotta be
Yeah.
able to go without all of these conveniences. You know what I'm saying? That's what we have to be able to do. You know what I'm saying? We can't be wanting to drive the newest car that just came out or whatever. You get what I'm saying? That shit is what got us attached. And that's how they got us control. And that's how we uphold the system without even really knowing it. You know what I mean? We got to be able to go get some food on our own some kind of way. Go learn how to catch a fish.
Yeah. I mean, that's easier said than done. If that's gonna, if you're preaching or telling people to do that, then they need to start now. They're already behind the 8 ball. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because growing up, I used to know how to go out there and do certain things. I ain't done that shit in so long living in the city. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, like they say that it comes back to you, but you also got to be, you know, if you ain't been out there wrangling no damn cattle for years, you know, learning how to deal with a hog for years, you know, messing around with a hog for years, you may go out there and get hurt.
Yep. Well, I'm not finna go fuck with no hogs. I'm gonna go fishing. I know how to grow, potatoes, peppers, tomatoes, garlic, onions. I know how to deal with chickens. It's real easy. That's all I need. Give me a pond.
A few goats.
Yeah, man. Throw me some fish in a pond. Have my own fish.
Yep.
I don't like them still water fish, man. I like fish come out of running water.
Yeah, well, you could put pumps in there. But if it's big enough, it won't matter. Because the water gonna get oxygenated by all those plants and shit.
Man.
I'm putting you to sleep. Let me read Doc's comment. He says, They're no longer part of the same world. They're trying to change, thus have become out of touch with what people actually need. Yeah, they so out of touch.
Yeah.
The damn
Well,
liberals.
I don't know how out of touch they really are. They know what's happening and what is facilitating a lot of the problems in our country. Is that they're choosing not to fix them because most of it is an easy fix. I mean,
I think so too. I think that's true. Let me play this clip.
Should those Africans? So food for thought.
yeah,
And
I mean,
question:
because look, listen to
if
this.
Russia wins this war,
Okay.
and all the Ukrainians.
Zoe
Oh,
Kravitz
shit.
has talked about her experience.
My bad, bro. I was trying to stop
food
it.
for thought.
Go ahead. What was you gonna say?
He might be about to say what I was about to say because, well, not necessarily if Ukraine wins the war, but I mean, you see how easy it is for them to send money for war or spend money on war. Like they send
Mm-hmm. That's what
dollars
my
worth
point.
of equipment over there for that, but they can't send you know boxes and crates of food to the food shelters around the country or
They can't feed the damn kids that go to school. They make the kids pay to have their lunch and shit now.
When the Europeans arrived, or the Africans that were taken from
It's
Africa.
so ridiculous.
So food for thought and question: if Russia wins this war and all the Ukrainians now become Russians again, and 100, 200, 300 years from now, those Ukrainians, but now Russians, feel like they want their independence back, their freedom back, their self-determination, should they have the right to fight for their freedom and become Ukrainians again after being conquered and kidnapped by Russia? Kind of like the Africans that were already in America when the Europeans arrived, or the Africans that were taken from Africa when the Europeans captured and kidnapped them and conquered them. Should those Africans then still have the right to be free Africans once again, like truly free, self-governing, self-determined, and own their own nationality and have their own territory?
That's a pretty good question there, buddy. I had no idea which direction he was going in. I had no idea what direction he was going in. But I would say that is a very good question, America, United States, the world. Can y'all answer that? Leave an answer to that question in the comments. What do y'all think? Y'all there? I'm putting y'all to sleep.
Nah. I think we do need our own. We got enough millionaires and billionaires, black in America, to we ought to have our own civilization outside of America.
Well, within America, but separate from the United States.
Right. That's how I feel.
Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead. I bet.
Yeah, I'm not one of those that's like leaving America for no reason other than vacation. But the whole idea is people who have been here. I mean, I'm not even like really even like white people that's been here for you know a few generations, however many generations they've been here. Like I mean, they made this their home. I mean, I wouldn't even tell them they need to leave and go somewhere else. I mean, there's plenty of space for people to live, and people just have to decide to live in peace with each other, or just don't fuck with the people you don't like. Don't what I'm saying? Just whatever. But for us to talk about, us trying to like leave America, like for what? Like to go somewhere else that they rule. The power elites or whatever, because I mean they pretty much run the world already. You know what I'm saying? The last place that they really, like if they knock off Russia, they pretty much run the world. Because China gonna fall right in line with them.
Well, that's not going to happen. We all know that. It's clearly not going to happen. And really, the guy at the beginning of his comments, he was saying if Ukraine becomes Russia, if Russia conquers Ukraine, Russia has said, Putin has said from the beginning that they're not trying to take over Ukraine. You know what I'm saying? It's that they've been infiltrated by these Nazis, and they want the real government, the real people, the majority to be in charge over there, not this fringe group that's being fucking funded by foreigners.
Because I mean, what a lot of people don't know is that the U.S. is trying to set up military bases in Ukraine, and that's what Putin really has a problem with. Like that's the biggest thing, and the weapons of mass destruction that he talked about are bioweapons. You know, he knocked off a Pfizer plant and was Moderna, I think it was. So like those are some of the issues that he has. So he's not trying to take over the country, because I mean, if he really wanted to take over the country, that could have happened in like 2 days. Like with less than a week, that could have been done.
I got a video that really fucking, it's Lee Camp again, but he has a guest on here, and this guy knows his fucking shit. Now I don't know how we're gonna flip through this, but it breaks down what you're talking about. And also, I wanted to say somebody in one of these videos. Go ahead, say what you got to say, because I'm gonna play a video in a second.
I was just kind of really piggybacking off of Big Bro Pat, but what Pat is saying, I truly wholeheartedly believe that, and I think now what the left is doing is they're playing on the hearts of Americans by saying, oh, this is wrong what Russia is doing. Russia is just being a bully and bullying these people and killing innocent women and children. When in all actuality, it's the fault of America. They're the ones that's really behind this shit.
Well, keeping it going. Because if it wasn't for the funding and shit, go ahead.
Yeah, and people over here are so sympathetic because what are our news outlets showing you? Women being bunkered down in a hospital basement having their baby, and this is so wrong, and this and that, and Russia is wrong for what they're doing. These women can't even enjoy their last phases of their pregnancy in their home. And no, man, how about we talk about the real issue? You know what I'm saying? But people prey on. They just prey on the hearts of Americans, and Americans fall for that shit. That's just like that shit that happened over there. What was that in France a few years ago with that explosion? You had all these black folks putting the French flag on their Facebook page. It's like, what about the shit that they did to us over in fucking Africa? Who gives a fuck?
Well, but no, because during that same time period, shit had just went down in Haiti. It was some crazy shit that people didn't say nothing about pray for Haiti. The news didn't say, hey, we need to, worry about, figure out a plan for Haiti. But some shit happened in France like 2 weeks later, and here it is. It's like a big campaign to pray for France. And that's the part that angers me about us Americans. In mass, we only follow what the news say, and we get on these parades of whatever they say we need to be worried about, because really Ukraine's biggest problem is Ukraine. Like we got the government of Ukraine, who is really making underhanded deals with well, I'm gonna say NATO, even though it's mostly majority the U.S. making underhanded deals that they're not supposed to make, and Putin is just like, bro, we done talked about this, bro. Why are you doing this?
We already said back in 2009 or some shit, he was saying this shit. And then they that's why everybody is like, oh, it's a surprise. Putin just upped and decided to jump on Ukraine's ass. No, bro, he been saying this shit for the longest. Like, don't do this, that, and the other, bro, because it's really gonna cause problems. Like, for real. And they like, fuck that, we gonna do that shit. You know what I'm saying? We don't respect you, Putin.
And say, bro, and Putin really, he most of the time he just kind of sit back, just calm as hell, because he like, look, I mean, life is real simple for him. Look,
I'm not playing with y'all.
Yeah, either it's gonna be this,
you talking to your kids. It's just like you talking to your kids. Like, do you want this ass whooping? Like, please don't make me do this.
Yeah, like, like almost begging them to, like, bro, like, man, look, y'all need, like, just go do some other shit. Like, leave that shit alone. And like, I really don't feel like doing this, but I will.
Yeah, like, please don't make me do this. Like, I don't want to beat y'all ass. So stop pressing the issue. And what do kids do? Go get a stick and start poking at the issue. Yeah, I don't beat my kids, but that's a good analogy, I think. Let me play a bit of this because it breaks down a lot of what we're talking about. Let me see. Did I miss a comment? I already read that. All right. I got a video. This one is really good. It's Lee Camp again, but man, intimate. What do you call it? Independent journalism is the best fucking place to get fucking really good information.
Hey, folks, welcome to the most censored comedian journalist in the nation. I love how, so for those of you who don't know, my entire show has been canceled along with all of RT America, as well as my podcast was deleted from Spotify this past week, and my television video outlets on the planet, and people are like, he's been canceled. No, they haven't. I've really been canceled. But you can, if you want to support my stuff, and want Iraq, which ultimately killed roughly 1 million people, according to the Lancet Medical Journal. And he was saying loud and clear that there were no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. And our mainstream media was not having it. They would basically bring him on and, sit 17 people around him, what he knew to be true. And I don't think any of them called up to say they were sorry afterwards when they saw that he was absolutely right all along. So he is also highly informed on what's going on right now, and let's bring him in. Hey, Scott.
Hey, Lee, just so you know, I'll be subscribing to your channel, so I'll be supporting you as best I can.
Thank you. Every bit counts nowadays. So I don't have to do redacted tonight on a street corner with a tin can. That's what comes next.
Although I'd like to watch that too.
Me too.
Actually, let's start off with that. Have you gotten any we're sorry notes from the mainstream media for not finding WMD in Iraq?
I mean, to be honest, I got a few. I mean, they struggle because of corporate. The corporations are loath to admit they were wrong, or PC, whatever their morning program is. And he said, I tried to get him on. They won't let me, but I owe him an apology because he was absolutely right. I give Bill O'Reilly credit for that. Whatever you think of the guy, and trust me, I'm not a big fan of his opinions. But when it came to being a man about doing what he said he was going to do, he did. It's a major military incursion. This is a major military operation. Russia may have sought to downplay it early on by calling it a sensitive military operation or something of that nature. No, it's an outright full-scale military invasion of a neighboring country, and we're 10 days into it. Somehow the mainstream media claims to have the Russian playbook, because I keep hearing that the plan isn't going according to that the invasion isn't going according to plan, that the Russian playbook is flawed, and all.
Come
when I
on
look
now.
at it from a military perspective, and I spent a number of years early on in my career training to close.
I want to play a bit of this so we could kind of talk over it. Saying that Russia, what did he say? That they don't know what they're doing, or they but some shit, or it's not going by their plan, or something like that's a naive ass way to think, right?
That sounds like an American answer.
So, like I
We can
say, we
destroy
can
the
talk over
Syrian
it.
army through
somebody
firepower
who's
maneuver. I mean,
he's not neutral in this in his thought at all. Like he's not looking
No,
at it from both sides.
no. Listen to what he's saying. No. I'm just he's gonna say that's what the media is saying.
Oh,
know
okay,
these
okay.
guys. I've studied them for 35 years. Their doctrine, their equipment, their tactics, their operations. What we're seeing here is is a classic multi-axis invasion that seeks to fix enemy forces in place, destroy enemy command and control, surround enemy forces, and seize strategic points of interest, bypassing built-up areas where the fighting would be too heavy, and just not getting ahead of the game. The rate of advance of this invasion is faster than the rate of advance of the German Blitzkrieg in World War II. So anybody's going, well, this is slow. No, it's the fastest advance in history. Especially if you consider that the Ukrainian army consists of 260,000 regular forces trained and equipped to NATO standards, with cohesive command and control, well-led officers, things of that nature, supported by another 300,000 reservists and auxiliaries. So the Russians came in with 200,000 troops facing off against 600,000 troops. Normally in a military campaign, you want a 3-to-1 advantage of troops on the offensive side. The Russians are coming in literally with a 1-to-3, 1-to-4 disadvantage. But being as it may, as of last week, casualties basically gave the Russians a 1-to-6 advantage. Normally in modern combat during World War II, the big battles of annihilation, the ratio was for one. Let's say the Germans were fighting the Americans and the Americans won. For every American killed, there'd be 1.2 to 1.4 Germans killed, and that ratio allowed the Americans to win the battle and push through. The Russians are killing Ukrainians at a rate of 1-to-6. For every Russian killed, 6 Ukrainians are dying. This is an absolute rout. An absolute rout. One of the things that appears to be slowing it down is the Russian stated intent of not killing Ukrainian soldiers. I was as surprised as anyone when they started this offensive with literally one hand tied behind their back, coming in very light, coming in very soft, trying to negotiate their way through built-up areas so as to reduce civilian casualties and reduce damage to civilian infrastructure. They also sought to not decapitate, meaning annihilate, Ukrainian soldiers in their barracks as they could have. Instead, they let them sleep, and they said, we just prefer that you stay in your barracks and don't fight us because our qualm isn't with you. Our qualm is with the bigger fish. Unfortunately for the Russians, the Ukrainians decided to fight, and they're fighting very effectively. I'm never going to denigrate the courage and the determination of the Ukrainian army. They're going up against a very well-trained Russian military, very well-equipped Russian military, who has superior tactics and operations, and the Ukrainians are putting up a very solid fight, but they're losing. They're losing decisively, and I think sooner rather than later, you're going to see large-scale surrenders as they run out of ammunition, they run out of food, they run out of water, they run out of fuel, and they're given the choice of either a futile resistance or death.
So something that has been said a lot by the.
What do y'all think about that so far? Comments? Anybody? Resistance is futile type shit, and basically it's going exactly according to their plans. So like the media is saying that the Russia, this happened and this happened or whatever. Like you got to know that these niggas, like, they already like, they didn't want to do this, and they've been planning to do this for a long ass time. Like, it was like an inevitable thing. So you got to think that, you know, if you're thinking that things are not going according to their plans, then you trip.
Yeah, I forgot my. I was talking a minute ago, but I forgot to turn my mic off. But you know, it really should. You know, I mean, I know most people don't really know what kind of troops, you know, Putin actually sent in there, the amount, this, that, and the other. But it should show that, like, they had a certain agenda they was trying to complete. Because, like I said, if they wanted to get rid of every Ukrainian in you know, in the country, like, he could have did that in a
Go
few
and went
days.
home.
Yeah,
Be
and
done
just been done
and
with it,
done.
and yeah, and wish somebody else would step in and say something else, like, because they know who their real enemy is. They know who's pushing the buttons. They know who's doing what. It's just that because it's on such a high level, you know, I'm sure some of the Ukrainians know what's really, you know, really going on, but for the most part, like, they had a certain objective. They completed it, and they told them that, you know, they did what they came to do. They was ready to leave out of there, and you know, with the you know, of course, you know, he may bring a few lawsuits up after all of this, but most of them know what it is. I mean, the main thing is to keep us blinded, and that's the biggest thing people need to realize about our news. It is
Yeah.
not news. It is propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
It is, they are trying to sell you on a way of thinking. You know, they want you to keep this great idea of how great America is. That's the main
Like
thing.
pure propaganda. Like every outlet, like every show, everything, no exemptions.
Yeah, I mean, from the beginning to the end, there's a reason why they're saying what they're saying.
Let me play a bit more.
You know, go ahead.
This is a very gold. This video is gold. I don't want to play the whole thing, but the whole thing is gold.
Mainstream media, which I just highlighted your tweet that nearly everything the mainstream media said about Russia's involvement in Syria has been wrong. So, you know, remember that as you're paying attention to what they're saying about Russia right now. One of the things they keep harping on is they keep saying in one instance after another that Russia or the Russian military is trying to kill civilians, is aiming at civilian targets, is you know, claiming that there's a ceasefire and then shooting civilians. In your understanding, how much is the Russian military actually going after civilians?
The Russian military has foregone its greatest advantage in modern warfare, which is overwhelming fire superiority, or supremacy in this case. The normal Russian tactic is to fix your location and then obliterate your location with massed fires, artillery, multiple rocket launchers, mortars, and then steamroll through your location until they find the next location. Then you repeat as necessary. It's a very effective tactic. It's a very brutal tactic. It's one that, if applied to an enemy formation operating in a built-up area or a heavily populated suburban area, would result in tens of thousands of civilians dying. The Russians have foregone this. They're not using this tactic at all. When they do fire, it's based upon solid intelligence about
All right, man.
enemy
Thanks for being here,
capabilities,
bro.
enemy locations. Now, war is an imperfect science. I'll say that as somebody who's waged it. You think you have intelligence about a target. You do your best to put munitions on the target to achieve a desired effect, only to find out that you were wrong about the intelligence, or the munitions didn't perform as designed. And anytime there's a war in an area where civilians exist, the civilians pay the heaviest price, and that's happening now. But to call this a deliberate targeting by the Russians is just an absolute deviation from reality. The Russians are being very, very circumspect in their use of weapons. When they use weapons, for instance, in Kharkov, they show multiple rocket launchers impacting in a residential neighborhood. What they're not telling you is that the Russians had sent in a reconnaissance mission earlier that got ambushed and annihilated by Ukrainian forces dug in that residential area. This makes it a legitimate military target. I'm sorry, that's what war is. If you choose to fight in a residential area, then you can't. It's not a war crime to take that out.
That's an example of the stories that have been twisted. Let me read Doc's comment. He says, Putin's been wanting to do this for a while. He just needed the right pretext and weak world leadership, and they arranged that during the lockdown. Man, I gotta say this, and I'll be saying this again and again. I don't know if they're gonna talk about it in this video, but one of the ones I wanted to show y'all, they talked about how, like, asked you the question, how long has Putin been in running his country? You know what I'm saying? How long has, his adversaries been running their country? You know what I'm saying? He's going to be there after half of these people going to be gone again. You know what I'm saying? And he's still going to be there. So that's the thing. Like, he's not a dumbass. He does politics. He knows politics. You know what I'm saying? And I forgot my train of thought. He said, what was the question? Pretext for world leadership. They arranged during the war. Oh, no, it couldn't have been arranged during the, this has been before that. And Putin is a fucking, political fucking mastermind. Like he manipulates every country because he gets to still be there. That's the power of them, still being there. And he knows a lot of these people personally and shit. Putin was big KGB guy before he got in office. He's been playing this game most of his life. Exactly. So they can't just be sitting here and acting like he, like he's making mistakes or it's not going to plan or all of this bullshit. Or he made a spur of the moment decision, all of a sudden woke up and decided to invade Ukraine. No fucking way. No fucking way. Y'all better get that out of your head.
The Russians, I think the one place that the Russians are failing right now is the propaganda aspect. I'm not saying that I want the Russians to lie, but it would be nice if the Russians put some perspective to what they're facing. What they're facing isn't just propaganda from the Ukrainian government. Understand that the CIA is deeply embedded with the Ukrainian Ministry of Information and is responsible for running what's called a information operation. This is a covert direct action, a covert political action operation that's been sanctioned by the President of the United States. And the reason why it has to be sanctioned is the CIA normally isn't allowed to manipulate information in a manner that affects the American public. Meaning they can tell lies, and they do this very effectively, but they can't tell lies in a way.
Doc says, it's not going to plan. They decided to dig in. He was confident they would lay down their arms. They will lay down their arms. It's just a time frame. It's just a matter of time. And so maybe people thought, or like they didn't know how long the time frame. Like I'm sure they had a good idea of that too. They know all this shit. So I think that them digging in was also something they planned for. So and I still think they will lay down their arms. And I also think that the whole point of this is to bring this shit to an end, because them niggas been fighting for like 7+ years now. And Russia is like, it's time for this to come to an end. And I think this particular assault, the point of it is to make it all come to that particular little skirmishes that's going on between those provinces that don't want to be a part of Ukraine and all of that shit, that he wants that to come to an end. And I think it will. And I don't think it won't be long either. It's coming soon. This won't drag out.
That affect
because see, America, United States are the ones that want this to drag out. They're the ones that want this to drag out. more, but that's what sucks, because that's the twist of the media fucking with us mentally, because more Ukrainians are going to die the longer this drags out. This doesn't need to drag out. It needs to come to an end, and you know what I'm saying? Ceasefire, boom, it's a wrap, whatever. Y'all not finna beat Russia. Come on. What you were saying, Pat? My bad.
Kind of lost my thought, but
Because Doc said it's not going to plan. They decided to dig in. He was confident they would lay down their arms. Because I was saying, I think that it is all going to plan. I still think they're going to lay down their arms. It's coming.
I think it is. It did go as planned on Russia's side. It didn't go as planned for the U.S. That's the part where I would agree. If you're talking about the U.S., no, it did not go as planned. And you better believe that they're going to go into phase 3, well, whatever phase you really want to call this. But Putin doesn't want, he didn't want any trouble from the beginning. Like I said, I mean,
because what Doc said earlier, with the pandemic, it's these Western countries, Western world, that was using the pandemic to their advantage, because Russia they wasn't going for, like, they had their own vaccines, they had their own, like, and then he let the different regions, he didn't make up a official way. He didn't say everybody got to wear a mask or everybody got to get vaccinated. He said he left it up to the leaders within the different provinces to make those decisions. So the way it happened in Russia, it was different areas that was like, everybody got to get vaccines, everybody got to wear masks. But then it was other areas of Russia that wasn't on that shit. That's pretty much how it went.
Yeah.
So it's the neoliberal world that is taking advantage of that pandemic shit.
How the Americans view a subject. They're doing that right now. They're running a disinformation, or I call it disinformation, but it's an information operation, very sophisticated, that's designed to achieve a political result in Russia, meaning the goal is actually regime change. They want to overthrow Vladimir Putin by creating civil dissent that leads to, and they match that civil dissent with economic sanctions policy and implementation, which is designed to marry up. The sanctions aren't happening in a vacuum. The sanctions are specifically targeted against a certain class of person in Moscow whom they want to, who the United States feels is oriented towards the West. And by depriving them of the benefits of being affiliated with the West, you redefine their life. And now they want them to rise up and remove Saddam. This is a regime change operation. So Ukraine isn't just about exaggerating Ukrainian victories, as all militaries do, or diminishing Russian victories. It's about manipulating information in Russia and in Europe to get NATO. Remember, NATO was this dysfunctional organization reeling from the catastrophe of Afghanistan. How do you get them aligned with what's going on? How do you get them to oppose what the Russians are doing? You have to run an information operation designed to manipulate public opinion in Europe. And the indirect effect of this is that the American public is likewise impacted by this, because you can't have a situation where the CIA promulgates mistruths over here and then tells CNN, hey, yeah, that's all a lie. That's all a lie. You can't report that. That's a lie. You need to report the truth. No, they're letting the lie live. And this can only be done with executive permission. The President of the United States, therefore, is engaged in an operation to deceive the American public.
That was a mouthful. He said that letting the lie live. I think that's a good way of saying it. The way the media works, and the way the media machine, the way the propaganda machine works. Because like these people on the big channels like MSNBC, CNN, Fox, you name it, CBS, when they be saying stuff that's just not true, they should be called out for that shit, like every time, because your job is to give information to the people. So if you say something that's wrong, maybe your information was wrong, but that person need to get fired. right?
They need to do something to them, bro.
Somebody need to be held accountable, so this don't happen again. So then we can so hopefully the public can
But
have
then,
trust that you are giving them true information. Go ahead.
But then it goes back to what he's saying. How can they truly fire the news anchor or the news reporter or the journalist who's been giving propaganda from the CIA, who's allowed to lie to America? He just said it. They're allowed to lie to America, just not in a way that can be harmful, but they're allowed to lie. So if they're giving these stories from DC itself to give to the general public, how can you truly? At the end of the day, morally, it's not right, but it goes to show you that they're not moral. They're about keeping their contract with Fox and making their $3 to $10 million a year that they get to be on air every
Exactly.
evening. You know what I'm saying? And they are
Exactly.
allowed to feed you a bunch of fucking lies that
But
come
they
down
feed
from
you that
our
moral
government.
shit. They feed you that moral shit, and they pull your heartstrings. But you know them niggas
They
aren't
don't
like.
pull my heartstrings. They don't pull mine, bro. Because when this shit broke off, when this shit started, it was just like I really don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. And not to sound like I don't care about human life, I do. But it's like at the end of the day, just reading all of the headlines, listening, looking at stuff that's being posted by different news outlets and journalists on YouTube. The U.S. It was almost just
Bullshit.
like you say, propaganda. It's bullshit. And, for them to sit back and say, oh, well, Putin is wrong for running in there. How the fuck is he wrong for running in there when you guys are trying to set up a NATO ally and put military bases next to his fucking, right on the border of his country?
Yeah. You can't be mad at him for fucking you know what I'm saying, protecting his fucking sovereignty, basically. You know what I'm saying? Right or wrong. I mean, I'm not on anybody's side. I don't care. I don't live on that side of the world. But as far as what's happening, I mean, like, it looks like, and not only is he protecting his sovereignty, but he's also getting rid of fucking Nazis. So I'm sorry, bro. I'm on Putin's side, y'all. I'm picking the side.
Yeah. Well, you know me and you talked already. You already know.
Yeah. So let me read the comments. Doc says it will all be wrapped up tidy with Ukraine becoming a satellite state, just like Putin's end goal has always been. I think you're right, Doc. For better or for worse, or for good or for bad, or for, you know what I mean? I mean, morally, like Deuce just said, the motherfuckers are not moral. Like Rachel Maddow, you know what I'm saying? She getting y'all with y'all heartstrings and try to get you all moral, but ain't no way in hell she's moral. She's fucking cashing a big, huge ass check.
To lie
And
to us.
yes, she gotta know that the shit coming out of her mouth sometimes is straight up just garbage, like booty material.
And they want me to feel sorry because these fucking Ukrainian women are having to be in the basement giving birth to their babies. And it's like, hey man, how many thousands of fucking black women go in to give birth to their child and they're not even able to fucking see the child because they die on the table because of negligence behind the fucking doctor. Man, fuck that. Like, come on, man. Don't try to push that shit off on me. How many mothers die on a daily basis because of negligence of a doctor because he didn't give this black woman the proper care that she needed in order
Telling
to get
you.
a successful, healthy birth?
So wait, you breaking up. I'm gonna repeat some of what you said though. Talking about in the country where black women having trouble having babies, and you know what I'm saying. And so like basically like, you know what I mean, that's more fucking apparent to our fight or here in the United States. You know what I'm saying? Brown babies, Hispanics, or whoever. You know what I'm saying? Not like we don't care about the people in Ukraine. It's just that we got issues here that's,
More
more
severe to us.
You know,
Yeah. And then you pass by all of these fucking churches right here. I'm on the Beltway.
I
You
mean,
pass by all these churches in the hood, and they got signs up saying "Pray for Ukraine." Motherfuckers, y'all don't even pray for the neighborhood that y'all in. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Look at all of the famine and poverty in the neighborhood, but you want to pray for Ukraine. Are we taking up a
Oh, it
taking
makes
up
me
a fund for
angry.
Ukraine? Hey guys, look here. I know we did offering a little early, but we're gonna take up another collection for the missionaries that we have over at the
In
border with
Ukraine.
Ukraine.
And that's what I was about to say. That's what makes me angry because I know they probably raising money just like everybody else. So the damn church is just
I
raising money for Ukraine too. They probably not gonna actually send it
no,
to Ukraine,
I heard
but
somebody did a GoFundMe,
yeah,
and
there's a
like
bunch of them.
millions of dollars.
There's a bunch of them. I've seen it already. So I know the churches are probably doing it too. And anyways, like I said, the churches probably not, as shady as they are, they probably not finna send the money to Ukraine. They might send like 10%, be like, yeah. The rest of it was for the building fund and church for, you know, the pastor, you know, he need his the secretary. We had to pay the secretary and, you know, the truck driver and all that shit. But I'm just saying, but it makes me angry to see that though, because that's another way that they bleed the community, right? Because that's your point, Deuce, right? Because meanwhile, okay, so these people in Ukraine, they clearly they need help or whatever. So, but meanwhile, in the hood, niggas in the hood is starving right there next to the damn church, and the church already bleeding them. And now something happens on the other side of the world, and the church is like, you got to do double tithes this month. You know what I'm saying? Cry for Ukraine. You know what I mean? You gotta pay the tithes, but you also gotta, and then it's gonna. And that shit's gonna work on a lot of people because of the propaganda. So a lot of people gonna pitch in, and they're already poor. Like, the fuck?
Man, they lucky I'm not at that church because I'd be like, say, look here. Hey, ain't the church, don't the church file as 501c3? Aren't y'all non-profit? How about y'all take a grant for that motherfucker?
Yeah. Stop playing. Stop playing, bro. Stop playing. I hate that shit. The church is just robbing the hood.
Yeah, like, nah, bro. Nah, we not even finna do it.
I'm gonna play a little bit more of this, and then I'm gonna wrap it for this video because I know it's hard to listen to this kind of stuff.
And that's what people need to know.
And I thought one of your other posts is perhaps, you know, speaking of these lies, is perhaps one of the most censored or covered up aspects of all of this right now. You tweeted out, at this stage, any continuation of the Ukraine-Russian conflict will not alter the outcome and will only increase the tragic plight of the Ukrainian people. All those who argue in favor of more weapons and insurgency must admit they care more about NATO than the Ukrainian people. So, ironically, that while our media and our government agencies are manifesting, are creating this care, the concern for the Ukrainian people, its end result is that you're going to have more Ukrainian people getting killed because they're going to drag this thing out as long as possible.
Yes, and this comes back to one of the root causes of this conflict, which is NATO's effort to expand further east and incorporate Ukraine into the umbrella of NATO membership, and Ukraine's suicidal insistence that this is what they want, even though they and NATO were confronted over the course of 15 years. This isn't like Vladimir Putin woke up one night and went, "Oh, I got a headache, I'm going to invade Ukraine." This is concerted policy from Russia that has been articulated in great detail since Vladimir Putin addressed the Munich Security Conference in 2007. He laid down the foundation and said further eastward expansion is unacceptable. What did NATO do? They turned around in 2008, I think it was the Bucharest conference, and they invited Ukraine and Georgia to become members. This prompted a detailed Russian response, which was effectively captured by the U.S. ambassador to Russia at the time, William Burns. He happens to be the CIA director. But back then he was the U.S. ambassador to Russia. He wrote a memorandum called Niet Means Niet, published in February 2009. And what he said is, the Russians have said no.
No
This
means
is a
no.
red line. And then he said, This is a reasonable red line. I mean, we have to respect the Russians' perspective on this one. Ukraine, if it becomes a NATO member, will cause serious problems for Russia. So serious, and again, 2009, that Russia will use military force, destroy Ukraine, seize Crimea, and seize the Donbass. Well, good Lord, what has happened today? And people are saying this is because Putin woke up with a migraine. No, this is because NATO and Ukraine conspired together to create the conditions for a war that they knew, 13 years ago, was inevitable if they continued this policy.
Right, and a lot of people don't seem to understand that both things can be true. What Russia's doing is wrong. It can be illegal under international law. You can be opposed to it, and also, but you can see how NATO pushed Russia closer and closer to doing this, ignored their concerns, ignored their security concerns. NATO is, I think, 17 countries now. There's been several different moments in time where it's grown. And NATO and Russia is now surrounded by an enemy military alliance in many ways. And you were talking about 2009. Then in 2014, we see the Maidan coup, which the U.S. Backed, helped fund, and it involved heavy Nazi power that really made it happen. And we put in a U.S.-friendly kind of puppet government, or at least U.S.-friendly government.
No, literally a puppet government.
Yeah.
Yats is my man. Remember Victoria Nuland?
Yeah.
Yats is my man. Oh, he became prime minister.
and so then there's an election that puts in Zelensky, and I want to know. So we know there's been fighting for the entire 8 years in the Donbass. The Nazis killing 15,000 people, but people go, well, Zelensky's Jewish, so clearly you're making this stuff up. How much power do the Nazi brigades, battalions have in Ukraine now?
Well, let's just start again with the roots, what you said, 2014. The Maidan Revolution started out as the Maidan peaceful protest, where there were, Ukraine at the time was going through a very controversial internal debate over, do we align with the European Union or do we align with Russia? And it had been a debate that had been going on for more than 10 years, since 2004. And the current president at the time, Yushchenko, I think, Lukashenko's Belarusia. The president at the time, I'm getting senile, so these things slip my mind, had made the decision that he was going to side with Russia. And so there was a significant portion of the Ukrainian population who had a gripe, and they peacefully demonstrated. This was seized upon by the United States and the European Union, who empowered this radical nationalistic ideology that is headquartered in Lvov, Western Ukraine. And you have to understand the history of Ukraine to know that that's an artificial appendage of Ukraine that was given to Ukraine at the end of the Second World War by Russia. It used to be part of Poland. It has more historical identity with the Austro-Hungarian Empire than it does with Kiev. That's just a reality. But these people were brought in. There was an 8-year insurgency fought, led by the CIA, by these people against the Russians from 45 to 53. 300,000 people lost their lives, 30,000 Russian or Soviet security forces. I mean, this is major league warfare. These people do not like Moscow. They hate Moscow. They do like a guy named Stepan Bandera. These are the people that when the Germans came across in 1941, greeted them literally with song and flowers. They signed up by the hundreds of thousands to fight for Nazi Germany. They formed the death squads that killed the Jews. Babi Yar in Kiev, where 30,000 Jews were killed. The triggers were pulled by Ukrainian auxiliary policemen from Western Ukraine. I mean, these are not the kind of people you want dating your sister or anything like that. These are bad people. And they continue to exist today, and the U.S. empowered them. They came and they turned the Maidan demonstration into the Maidan Revolution, a violent revolution, extraordinarily violent revolution, which when they ousted the Ukrainian president, they didn't have the political numbers, because overall in Ukraine they're a minority. They can't garner, more than, I think the most they ever got was like 12% of the vote. Generally they're single digits. but they're very violent. And they threatened every single Ukrainian politician since then with death if they do anything that infringes on their nationalistic platform, which was to restrict Russian speakers. These are the guys that burned people to death in Odessa in May of 2014, shoving 150 people into a building, lighting it on fire, killing between 40 and 50 of them. These are the people that slaughtered people in the streets in Kharkov. These are the people that began the fighting in Donetsk and Lugansk. These are the people that tried to extend their fighting into Crimea. These are very violent people. And when the fighting started in the Donbass and people were looking for a solution, this group called the Normandy Format, Germany, France, Ukraine, with Russia as sort of as a overseer, met, and they came up with what's called the Minsk Accords, 2015. When the fighting first started in Lugansk and Donetsk, the Russian speakers there wanted to declare independence, and Putin said, "No, you're part of Ukraine. You're part of Ukraine, but I will defend you. I will defend your right to be Russians." The Minsk Accords was designed to give them special autonomy so that they could protect their cultural and linguistic, but they would be politically part of Ukraine. A reasonable settlement to end the fighting. The nationalists said no. And so when Poroshenko, who was the president at the time, came back, the nationalists literally said, "We will kill you if you implement this." And literally, I mean, it wasn't like a fun, we have January 6th here, that horrible day in American democracy where a demonstration turned into a riot that assaulted the Capitol, and we call that an insurrection. In Ukraine, every single president lives under the threat of imminent insurrection should he do anything that deviates from the platform of the far right-wing neo-Nazis. Zelensky was elected president on a platform of peace. He got 80% of the
a comedian actor.
Well, let's talk about that. Zelensky is a politician. He was a popular comedian with a popular show about being president. This is if America decided that during the height of West Wing, we're going to elect Martin Sheen.
Right.
Because he's presidential. No, he's an actor. Zelensky's an actor. He's not stupid. He's a lawyer. He's trained as a lawyer. But he was handpicked by his billionaire oligarch mentor, who owns the media empire that made Zelensky famous. So Zelensky's on a TV show that this guy pays for. Zelensky performs in programs underwritten by this guy. Zelensky is literally the puppet of this oligarch, and this oligarch picks Zelensky to go up against Poroshenko, who is one of the most unpopular presidents at the time. Zelensky wins by supporting a platform of peace. The implication was he would go forward with Minsk. No sooner did he get elected than the guy came in and said, "You'll be hanging by the neck until dead," that one of the neo-Nazis. "We will kill you." Not an idle threat. They will kill him because these neo-Nazis are everywhere. They formed this brigade-sized force called Azov, and that got broken up as part of the agreement with the West that, you can't have these standalone Nazi militias. So what did they do? Disband them? No. They put a battalion in every brigade in the Ukrainian military. So every brigade in the Ukrainian military now has a battalion of Nazis. Then they infiltrated their officers throughout the officer corps and the general staff. They are everywhere. They're in the security service, the intelligence service, the military. They've infiltrated the whole thing. And these are people who aren't afraid to kill in defense of their ideology. So Zelensky is 100% the puppet of these people. One of the reasons why he has such a hardline position today is he can't take a soft line. You want proof? One of the members of the first negotiating team that met with the Russians, I don't know his name right off the top of my head, but he was somebody who said, maybe we should think about neutrality to bring an end to this war. What happened to him when he got back? Pulled out, shot 2 times the head, assassinated. Take a look at the photographs. The Nazis killed a negotiator because they didn't like his negotiating position.
Wow. Yeah, you don't get that context on CNN. So for those who really want to see this end, and I don't mean the kind of faux outrage, let's put our Ukrainian colors on the thumbnail of our Facebook account and that's it. But I mean genuinely want to see this over because that's the only way you're going to see killing stop. what is it? What like? How do you see this ending? What needs to happen?
Well, I'm just going to be brutally honest. This will end when Vladimir Putin wants it to end, which means it'll end when the Russians achieve total victory. Now, Russian total victory isn't, Nazi total victory or Roman total victory where you kill every man and steal the women and enslave the children. Total victory is exactly what the Russian negotiators have said. This war will end the moment Ukraine changes its constitution, because one of the things Zelensky did is change the constitution so that NATO membership is now constitutionally required. So the Russians said, change your constitution and then enter into a formal neutrality agreement recognized by everybody. You are neutral. You will never join NATO. Except that Crimea is forever Russia, except the independence of Lugansk and Donetsk, and de-NATO your military. People keep saying, well, Ukraine wasn't a NATO member. Well, pretty much. They had a regular army of 240,000 guys who were trained, equipped. They wore the uniforms of NATO.
And
Last year, well, now we are. Last year, we sent 20,000 NATO troops into Ukraine to train them. We sent, I think, around 12,000 Ukrainian troops outside of Ukraine to train with NATO in every country in Europe. They use the same tactics, the same communication, the same weapons. They wear the uniforms. They are a proxy army of NATO. And so the Russian perspective is, we can't have a NATO proxy here. So your military is going bye-bye. You could create another military, but it's not going to be a NATO proxy. It'll be a Ukrainian military, probably equipped by us. So our advisors are there. I mean, I'm not saying the Russians are right, but that's their position. You're not going to be part of NATO. And then the last thing is denazification. That's the most difficult one, because it pretty much means that anybody that's in the military, police, security service, whatever that possesses, has to go. And by go, the Russians mean die. These aren't people that are going to be given mercy. Some of their leaders might be given a trial and put in jail. But if you got a swastika tattooed on your body, you're going to die when you're captured. And I know that's a violation of Geneva Convention. I know. I'm just stating the simple fact.
Yeah.
And then about the political groups that have formed, they must be disbanded, and Ukrainian law must be rewritten so that it outlaws worship of Stepan Bandera, outlaws celebration of the 12th SS division, which I think was the Galatian division where the Ukrainians served. Basically, it bans in a similar fashion to what Germany did at the end of the Second World War by banning, continued adulation of Adolf Hitler and embrace of Nazi memorabilia. Ukraine has to go through the same thing regarding Stepan Bandera.
That's what the U.S. was one of 3 countries to vote against when it went in front of the UN, was Nazi glorification.
Yeah, because if we voted for that, we would be basically humiliating the Ukrainian government, because it is a government that resides over a nation that glorifies Nazi ideology. I mean, I'm just saying it as it is.
Yeah. So last.
Okay, I know I'm putting y'all to sleep.
Not really. Actually, it was very interesting.
Yeah, I think it's.
Subscribe to this dude. I want to listen to this and
Yeah, that shit is interesting. I ain't gonna lie. I want to play the rest of it, but I don't want to just like kill my audience with it. But I think it's super interesting. You want to get information for people who know. You know what I'm saying? Like Lee Camp don't know everything, but he interviewed this guy who has some pretty good, damn information. On the topic. You know what I'm saying? And also, these aren't views that you're hearing on none of the news stations, nowhere, anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So that's what I'm doing here. I feel like I'm doing journalism. You know what I mean? I'm trying to help people as best I can by informing them and activating them. I think everybody should be angry. I don't know about going in the streets and rioting, but everybody should be angry if they really understand what's going on. So that's what I'm here trying to do. So like those clips like that, is stuff that I think a lot of people aren't perspectives that, and that's what I try to do here is give perspectives that you're not seeing on the major news shows or whatever, political shows or whatever the hell, social commentary shows, whatever the hell, you know. But there's independent media out there. It's just that they're hard to find. It's smaller channels. You kind of got to know something. So that's what gives you guys, who's ever watching my channel, like the little bit, some stuff I can do. You know, I've mulled over thoughts about spirituality and stuff like that for a long time. And I've always been kind of like this teacher kind of person, always kind of like, you know, trying to learn as much as I can and also trying to figure out how to disseminate that information in a way that people understands, that in a way that can hopefully help them. So I have that skill, and I also have been on YouTube for a good number of years, and I'm really good at because what I learned in school is really they teach us how to research, but I've already been kind of like researching. So, but I research on my own, and I also research in an academic way. So that kind of gives me something to provide to give to y'all. You know, I can like my ability to look up videos really quickly on certain topics. If you watch the show, you probably seen me do it a few times when we're talking, and in real time I go look for the video or look for something, and then I even just that quick I can find the best video that's gonna give the topic in the most balanced way. You know what I'm saying? Just because of the experience that I have of flipping through, you know, the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm a bit of an internet person. I'm a bit plugged in because I be on Instagram and I be on YouTube, and I've cultivated my Instagram and my YouTube algorithm over the years. It takes a long time to do this kind of thing, but my feed and what pops up on my YouTube feed especially, you know, I think a lot of people it's not going to show up on a lot of people's feeds, and it's because of the stuff that I be watching and the stuff I be looking up, and I research random ass stuff, and I also really careful about my YouTube feed. I don't like anybody else to be on my YouTube. I really hate when my kids or anybody do any kind of searches on there because that shit fucks up my algorithm. But and I also be careful what I type in because I know the damn computer remembers every single thing you type in. So like I say, years and years I've been thinking about this, and I've cultivated my YouTube so I get these recommendations. You know what I mean? That don't show up on a lot of people's feed because the algorithm
That's
is
why
just
my
feeding it to
YouTube.
Yeah.
That's why my YouTube so jacked up because my son is actually on my YouTube, so he look up motocross and cars and stuff like that. So it has my YouTube jacked up.
Yeah. Yeah, years ago, I stopped letting the kids get on my YouTube. I have my own thing, and I'll exit out of that and let them do it on the guest profile. That way, that won't
Yeah,
fuck with my algorithm.
yeah, but I'm gonna keep mine like that for a while though, because he's 8 years old and you know he gets on YouTube and watch stuff, and I want to be able to kind of make sure what he's watching is not harmful or because I don't know if you remember, man, couple of years ago they had where kids would go on YouTube and watch different cartoons, and all of a sudden there would be like these people that come on there or like these voices throughout the cartoon as it's playing that would tell kids to do like these heinous things or would tell them, committing suicide is okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, I've heard of that
Going on.
before. I've heard of it
So,
before.
so by him being on my YouTube, I can see what he's watched. Watch last if it's been flagged bad content for stuff like that, and I can go through and kind of skim through it and I
Well, you can do it.
watch that no more.
You could do that also through your phone, because like I remember, like when I set up Kenzie's phone. Kenzie's 10 years old now, and she finally got a phone. Mom was finally okay with it. And it took me fucking hour and a half to set up her damn phone because I had to set it up through my phone. And you can put it on there where all the permissions and man, I don't. I'm getting tired, but you can set it up through. You don't have to do it like that. What you're saying. What I'm saying is your phone can give you alerts, or your phone can block whatever. Your phone can tell you everything. That if they're on the same company, I mean, y'all got on the same line or whatever the family plan shit. You can hook that shit up to your phone, and it'll show you everything. Let me read the comments. Doc says Putin just thought it would be easier, but he planned for the worst. He was probably prepared for foreign troops on the ground as well. I use 4 different accounts: my personal, right wing, left wing, and one for science, religion. That's an interesting way to go at it, Doc. Because my Instagram algorithm is different from my YouTube algorithm. Yeah, because on Instagram, there's more fun and more like, you know what I'm saying, kind of like lighthearted comedy type kind of stuff there. But my YouTube algorithm is a lot more serious, global politics and shit like that. Science and religion, all of that's mixed in with my YouTube. Math, history, 'cause all the stuff I love is what's going to be going down my YouTube. Because even with my classes, because I take a bunch of classes, and even in classes, sometimes they give you YouTube videos to watch, and that shit fucks with your algorithm in good ways. Look, it says House overwhelmingly passes bill banning Russia imports. The plot thickens. And like I said, I don't think that's going to hurt the United States. That's going to give them an excuse to raise the prices, but that stuff hurts Europe. Europe are the ones that's in trouble.
Justice, environmental justice, economic justice. So much has been accomplished. And
The hell is she talking about? I think there's going to be some unintended consequences. The United States is moving so brashly. And like I said, there's some splits in this European Union, if you will, clearly, because you could tell by the vote on, to sanction to sanction Russia. But you can also tell by how the thing that happened when the United States sold those submarines to Australia when it was supposed to be France. So there's splits going on. Damn it, I lost my point. With that whole thing. So realignments going on. Russia and China getting more cozy. You know what I'm saying? I think there's going to be, oh yeah, that's what I was saying, unintended consequences. I think there's going to be unintended consequences as a result of this Ukraine thing and the way that the media dealt with it and the way that the UN dealt with it. It's going to be unintended consequences as a result of these sanctions that they did. And I think it's going to end up hurting Europe. Look, remember that Brexit, UK exited Brexit. So they're like no longer with that shit. So then they're like, UK could possibly set up a deal and they could be getting their fuel from Russia, no problem. They're no longer in that group no more. So that's another thing that help this, keep breaking this apart, because if these countries, these nations start seeing it benefit to not be a part of the United Nations, to go against the United Nations, and to align themselves with China and Russia, then that's what the fuck they're gonna do. They'll all just fall in line real fucking fast.
Yeah.
And I think, like I say, with the fuel prices, them just saying that they're not taking no more oil from Russia, that's fine. The United States gonna be fine. But some of those European nations, they're gonna be in real trouble. So then what's gonna happen? I guess the United States gonna sell them stuff, but you know how the United States is. we gonna tax them, and they're gonna be like, bro, you gonna tax us? Yeah, we gonna tax you, bro. I'm sorry, bro. That's just what it is. This is how we do. And they're gonna be like, man, that's fucked up. And then that's when countries like UK could be like, you know what? Fuck you, United States. You know what I'm saying? Fuck you, UN. And we going straight to Russia, bro. They just gonna give us gas. Y'all can be freezing to death right next door to us. We warm over here. Y'all keep fucking with
say
the
you,
UN.
Pat?
I think I put Pat to sleep. He said, "What say you?"
Yeah, I've been kind of in and out.
Yeah, I was talking about how I think it's going to be unintended consequences, and one of them is going to be Europe related to gas. And like I was saying, that the UK no longer being with the United Nations, they could be like, "Fuck that, we just get our gas from Russia," and be like, "Y'all go ahead, keep fucking with the United Nations and freeze to death. We warm as fuck. I'm cooking up some ribs right now, right next door. They're gonna be able to smell the ribs." They're gonna be like, damn, that's fucked up, bro. We fucking with the UN and they charging us $20 a gallon for the gas and shit. That's fucked up. We're like, man, we got a good deal with Russia, bro. They hook us up on the low.
No, what's gonna happen is, I mean, the price of it really ain't gonna matter. They just gonna totally just shut them off. Like gas could actually be 50 cents a gallon, $2 a gallon, whatever it is that they want to sell it for.
And the rest of that video that I was playing, they talked about that later in the video. They said that Russia has a whole bunch of cards that they haven't pulled. A whole bunch of cards. One of them is they could turn off the gas to Europe.
Easy. I mean, they got their own what's that their own pipeline. Well, they don't need to send it through Europe or Ukraine or any other place. Like,
Well, other countries are growing. And this is what I keep saying. There's new players on the stage. It's not post World War II world we live in no more. India, look at India. Look at the countries in Africa. China. I mean, sure, Russia would love to sell the gas to fucking Europe. But if Europe on some bullshit, they could be like, man, fuck it. India, some country in China, they could build the damn city. And that's what China is doing. They'll go over there somewhere in Africa, and I'm sure Russia's doing it too. And they help build the infrastructure for a certain, city. And that city gets all their shit from Russia or from China. So, you know what I'm saying? That's how they do it. So like I say, Europe can be like, fuck it. Russia could be like, fuck it, we're not giving y'all no more gas. But they've been building relationships with somewhere in India, somewhere in Africa, and they just up their sales to these people over there. Y'all get what I'm saying? Create whole new markets for themselves. There's plenty of people in the world, bruh. They don't have to fuck with these European countries, bruh. There's plenty of other... Because what I'm saying is they be talking about, that's the other illusion that they give, civilized world. Like they were showing in the news, I was just watching a video. They said that whenever they show like a nation in Africa or something, they show the damn village, or even they do that in other places around the world. They show a damn village. The guy said, type in the name of that country into Google Maps and pull up that shit yourself. And you're going to fucking see a damn city. You know what I'm saying? With the same shit you got. They're making it look like all these other countries around the world are not civilized. They're not built up. They don't have infrastructure. They don't have shit. But a lot of these countries are really, really coming online with cell phones and all of the whole nine, laptops and the whole nine. So these are all new markets. If niggas got laptops, then now they got new ways to do revenue and shit. Some little kid in a literal African village, but he got a laptop and he got Wi-Fi or hotspot or something. He fucking created a business. He's selling shoes to people all around the world or some shit. So now this nigga done built an economy in his little village. Now niggas need petrol because niggas is buying motorcycles and shit. You get how it works? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And this happens, and it's happening fast. India is growing fast. A lot of countries in Africa are growing fast. They already been having cities. That's the other part of it. It's not fucking villages, but more people coming online with the ability of having cell phones and shit. You know, more people coming out of poverty over the whole world. So these people that are coming out of poverty, they have more money to spend. Then now they want to buy bicycles and motorcycles and cars and shit. So
Yeah.
they gonna need somebody to buy that shit from. Russia and China is looking at that shit, and they're gonna be there because they didn't already develop relationships with these people and help build their infrastructure and shit. Who you think they're gonna buy their gas from once they get to the point where they need a whole bunch of gas? Not the
Yep.
U.S.
Yeah, unless we're running it.
Yeah, so that's the way. That's our political strategy. That's our philosophy in the world. Is to force the people. You know, y'all gon' buy our private shit. Y'all gonna let our private companies come over here and do whatever we want with y'all resources, and y'all gonna buy our shit at the price that we gonna sell it. Period, nigga. What and what? And that's how United States attitude is. But you know, just like any bully, the bully has his day, right?
Mm-hmm. There's always gonna be somebody that's gonna be like, you know what? I ain't taking your shit. And you know what? I might be small. You might look small to y'all, but I'll whoop your ass.
And it'll be the littlest dude too, the one that you thought was finna get smashed. But that little dude knew already. He been working out. He knows some kind of martial arts. He know whatever. And this big ass motherfucking bully walk up to him, and the little ass nigga just fold his big ass the fuck up because he was arrogant and he really just knew he was gonna win. He didn't think this little nigga had anything in him.
And he got a move he been practicing that he been waiting
Yeah,
to try on a
waiting.
motherfucker.
Wish a motherfucker would. Can't wait till the big motherfucker come because I'm gonna be in his ass. Yes, and I think that's what it is. And so, like I say, United States being the bully, and the bully gonna get it at some point, you know. But the thing is, look at China and look at Russia and the way that they move on the world stage. Like you can hate China all you want, but they're not going at it at that bully way. You know what I'm saying? They're going at it in a more, you know, diplomatic kind of way. They're going at it in a like, man, I'll kind of help you out, you kind of help me out type of way. But even though they are not, you know, they got nefarious intentions because they planning on controlling that market completely. They want that whole city to buy all their shit from them. You know what I'm saying? And that's cool. It's whatever. As long as one hand washes the other, right? You know how we say in our relationships, somebody is using somebody. And even healthy relationships, hopefully the healthy relationship, hopefully both sides are mutually using each other in they have a beneficial mutually usage going on, because in all relationships one side is using the other. So what I'm saying is with China, the way they going at it, they're more like, okay, we're gonna help y'all build some stuff, right? We're gonna build a train and we're gonna send this train through your city or whatever, and we're gonna put up the money for it and shit. And then the
It's
city's
gonna
like,
help us, but it's gonna help y'all too.
right. And they like, okay, well shit, bet. So and then the thing is that train, because this is what's happening for real in Africa. That train ends up bringing a whole lot of economic growth for those areas because people have the opportunity to move their goods and services across Africa. And that's one of the issues that they have in Africa, is finding ways to get the goods to the people who want them. And because they got markets right there in Africa, they don't have to go outside of Africa. And that's the other part I was trying to stress before in the other video about the regions. And that's how it has to be here in the United States, I think, in the future. Regions trading with each other. The other region got this kind of stuff and this region got that kind of stuff, and let's trade back and forth. And so that's what's happening in Africa. You got these smaller little cities who are growing exponentially because China built a train. or even roads or something like that. And now these people are able to use that to make economic growth for their cities.
Well, yeah, the entire continent, because I mean, you got to think about what else is going to happen throughout all of that. Is that because, like, right now, how a lot of a lot of Africans come to America, go to Europe, you know, whether it be France or England or wherever, to have a place for them to grow, or go to school and do this and do that. When they build up infrastructure in some of these remote little areas that never had the chance. I mean, you got ACOM bringing electricity to different places where, like,
Exactly.
there's growth that's happening all over the place, to where, like, I mean, yeah, they'll come and chill out, but shoot, a lot of them at that point, there's not going to be a need for them, as a whole, to send their kids to other countries in order for them to,
Right.
get
They can build
an
this.
education, or
Well, they already
education,
got
or
good places for education, but they always have to leave the country for work because it don't be nowhere to work. There's no industry really. You know what I'm saying? You end up working in the service industry because that's the only thing that exists. But you have entrepreneurs. Once you have the internet and shit like that, once you have the tools that you need, the intelligent African people are gonna create industries right there. You know what I'm saying? Right there,
yeah,
because whatever is needed, that's what they're gonna create, and it's simple as that. So, but what I was saying was the way how the United States philosophy trying to bully everybody, and the China is all like, shit, we'll build shit for you, that and let y'all build y'all economy on your own type shit. You know what I'm saying? But just make sure that y'all fucking buy as much stuff from. Don't forget about us type shit. So that but that's what happens. So like with the world and the way these parts are moving, that's how it goes. As these big economies grow, in India, China, I mean, Africa, other places, they're gonna be more. They're gonna lean more towards the U.S. I mean, more towards China. You know what I'm saying? Just because. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
And that's the power of the United States diminishing as time goes on and into the future because of that
And
bullying attitude. It's not gonna work in the long run. The long run's gonna work building somebody a train and then coming back 50 fucking, because these niggas ain't playing. Like we were saying, China, they looking long term. They come back 50 years, the city then blowed the hell up, and you know what I'm saying?
shit, it's
They
gonna be
they
less than
gonna
that because they don't take no time. And
yeah.
but look, when I'm president, I'm gonna ask China to bring the chain on through America.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's the thing. What I'm saying is, in the future, and as things are unfolding right now, you can see it heading in that direction because the U.S. pissing everybody off, and China is, you know, buying
Man,
people stuff, building people stuff.
they they know that their reign is up, bro. This is like them scurrying to try to hold on as much as they can. Like they know they done for, like, I mean, honestly, bro, like all of the plundering that they've done over the world, like it's been exhausted. Everybody's sick of their shit, and just like they've been stealing resources since they got to America and everywhere they go in the world, and it's like it's come to an end. Everybody knows their mo, what they up to, this, that, and the other. So, I mean, it took somebody to be able to get to the power where they can divert a lot of the things the things that America was able to offer different countries, to where America's not needed for that. A lot of people still gonna want to do business with us. I mean, especially once this power is totally gone, and hopefully we don't have any bootlicks that's gonna be still stuck around. That's gonna try to follow and do like do what the old uh what just do the same thing that America's been doing all together. Because I mean, we really, I mean, it has to be a reset, but we can't have the reset done by the same people that's fucked up everything in the first place.
Yeah. This clip
That's
right here is funny. Let me play this clip because this is funny to me.
Pixar movie Turning Red was intended for a theater release, but then... Okay, upon hearing that Pixar movie Turning Red was intended for a theater release, but then sent straight to streaming at the last minute, I'm convinced that the red panda is one of the most disrespected animals in the animal kingdom. For starters, the Wikipedia entry for red panda calls it the lesser panda, which is messed up. Like, we don't do that for other stuff. Like, Tom Hanks has 2 sons, but under the entry for Chet Hanks, it doesn't say the lesser son. I mean, it should, but it doesn't. Also, did you know that the red panda is endangered? No, you didn't. But only one of these pandas has a line wrapped around a zoo to see them after they got a free trip to America to fuck. While the other one, we might as well just throw gas station boner pills at them, cross our fingers, and hope for the best. Why do we call one of them red panda and the other one just panda? Isn't that like when you work in an office where there are 2 Davids and one's white and one is black, but you call the black David and you call the white David David? That's fucked up. Speaking of offices, there's a
For
cartoon
real.
on Netflix called Agretsuko about a 25-year-old red panda accountant
You
who's
know what I
constantly
would do? The
bloated at work,
opposite.
so she blows off steam by drinking heavily and doing death metal karaoke. And after that character description, which panda would you like to hang out with after 2 years of a pandemic and an impending world war? Her or him? Because I know who I'm choosing. Actually, I would pick him too. He only exercises if there's food involved at the end, and I relate to that. Okay, upon hearing...
That's fucked up because I think in every office, the Black David is called Black David because they'll be like, you know, how be the David's not there, and y'all be like, hey, we need something such and such and such for David. Which David? Black David. Okay, yeah, I know which one you're talking about now.
Yeah, I think I've actually done it the other way around. The white David, you know what I'm saying? Like, or either both, you know what I'm saying? Just like, I might have called white David or black David, but yeah, that is pretty funny.
Yeah, that's
I'm
pretty
glad I
funny.
got the name Daryl.
Yeah.
Why? Because you don't find a white guy's named Daryl?
You don't find that many white guys named Daryl. I've only met one in my lifetime.
I don't know if I've ever met a white Daryl.
Yeah.
I've only met one in Shanahan, Illinois, at that Exxon refinery right off 55 right there.
Yeah. Well, that's funny to me because I already know 2 Daryls because it's you and your dad.
Yeah, but we both black, nigga.
That's 2 Daryls I know. What I was gonna say?
Oh,
Yeah,
your daddy black?
My name is
That's fucked up.
my name is like that too. Like I don't get many with my name too, so I like that. I kind of wanted my kids to have that too, but then for some reason Anaya's name became popular right around that same time. So it's a million Anayas around her same age.
Yeah, I haven't really met too many kids with my daughter's name, Sanaya.
My fucking green screen went out. My computer I be doing too much.
Pat say, damn, your daddy white?
No, your
No,
daddy
black.
black. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, your daddy black?
That's messed up. My computer is acting crazy right now. Oh. So where you at? Where you driving to, Deuce? Where you at? I'm gonna try to refresh my screen.
I'm right here in Willis, Texas right now, finna get some fuel.
Oh shit, you finna get raped.
Hey, now the company finna get raped.
Shit.
They getting a big
Look,
discount, bro. They get a major discount. They ain't paying pump price, trust me.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm about to exit, fellas.
Okay. Glad
You
you
know,
for
I've already been kind of in and out, but
yeah.
yeah, I gotta go on and get myself right for in the morning. I got a noon appointment that I can't be bullshitting for.
I appreciate you for being here.
Most
Damn, they won't
definitely,
let this damn clip I wanted to play, and they won't let me play it because it's a conspiracy. Let me try if I
Damn.
go to the page.
It's always a conspiracy, huh?
We got
And
this.
what part of the world you in, Pat? You north,
I'm
south, east, west?
Midwest. I guess you could say Midwest. I guess really it might be really the South, but I'm in Missouri.
Oh, okay. You in the mid south. That's what they
Yeah,
call the mid south.
yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Well,
I feel that.
y'all fellas have a
All right, bro. Thank you for your time, bro. Get you some rest, man. Peace and
for
love.
sure. Yeah, I'll see y'all tomorrow, man. I'll be in tomorrow.
All right, bro.
All right, y'all.
All right, bro. Have a good one, man. Be careful.
For sure. Peace and love.
Peace. Peace and love, bro.
Let me play this little clip right here. Check this out, y'all.
I knew it wouldn't be long before somebody brought up Sodom and Gomorrah. Warning for all you Christians that's never read your Bible. I'm about to ruin your day. Genesis 19:24. Lord rained down burning sulfur, Sodom and Gomorrah from the heavens. Now the reason this commenter brings that up, it's because their pastor told them that the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah because of homosexuality. He rained down fire from the heaven to kill them homosexuals. And now, for the first time ever, let me show you the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. Now, I recommend you go get your Bible and read this story in full so that you can verify what I'm saying. But long story short, two angels arrive at Sodom. They're hanging out the city gate, and Lot comes out of his house and is like, yo, don't hang out here. It's dangerous. Come to my house. And the angels are like, nah, dude, we'll just sleep on the street. And Lot's like, nah, bro, you can't do that. Too dangerous here. Please come to my house. I'll take care of you. So the angels went with him, and they ate at his house, and everything was good. And then all of a sudden, all the men in the city surrounded Lot's house, and they were beating on it like, yo, Lot, where's those dudes you took in there? Bring them out so we can sex with them. But Lot, being a righteous man, told them, no, you cannot have these men. But yo, check it out. I got two daughters. They've never had sex before. I'll give them to you. You can do whatever you want with them. Yep. Lot offered that the men could essay and grape his daughters in lieu of sexing the men. So the angels were so moved by his godliness, they were like, yo, all right, here's the deal. Get your daughters and their future son-in-laws and your wife, get the hell out of town. God's about to destroy this place. So Lot was like, bet, told his future and son-in-laws, you guys got to get out. And then he snatched his daughters up and his wife, and he headed out to the mountains. Now the angels told Lot and his wife, while you're running away, don't look back. But Lot's wife did look back. So the Lord turned her into a pillar of salt because he's loving and shit. So after God murdered Lot's wife for just looking backwards, Lot and his daughters found a cave to hide in. And now this is where it gets real weird. The daughters were like, yo, man, we're in this cave with our dad. Nobody's ever going to marry us now. Let's get him drunk and have sex with him. So they got him drunk, and the oldest daughter had sex with him. The next day, the younger daughter got him drunk and did the same thing. And they both got pregnant by their dad. And God rewarded them by giving them each a nation of their own. That's the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. That's the story Christians use to prove that God hates homosexuals. Lot offering his daughters up to be raped? No problem. Sarah simply turning her head and being murdered? No problem. Two children born of incest after the daughters raped their own dad? No problem. This story is about homosexuality. And remember, God's the same God yesterday, today, and forever.
Damn. That's crazy, bro. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. What you think about that?
That's crazy as fuck, bro. Damn, that's wild.
That's wild.
Yeah, that's the real story, actually. And what's crazy about that is that they wanted to rape the men. The angels were like men. The city wanted to rape the men. Like, nah, man, we don't want your daughters. We want them dudes.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's why I say, man, and people always want to do quotes from the Bible, bruh. Always want to do quotes from the Bible, bruh. Do that quote. Quote that part.
Yeah. That's nuts. Yeah. That's wild. That is wild right there. I had never heard that version.
Well, he just broke it down. It's in there just like what he said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he just broke it down in a funny way. But that's exactly what the verse says, though.
But that's crazy how they wanted to rape two men instead of like this dude is offering you women, but y'all want men. That's crazy.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess it's like when in Rome, do as the Romans.
Yeah.
When in Sodom, they do as the Sodomites.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Hey, I'm gonna run in here and grab my receipt. I'm not leaving the broadcast. I'm just go grab my receipt real quick, and I'll be right back, bro.
All right, cool. I'll be here. I'm not much longer, but I'll be here.
Okay.
We're over 4 hours.
Got your happy birthday text. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Hello?
Hey, what's up, bro? It was your birthday yesterday, right?
Yeah. Oh, and bro, I got your happy birthday text. Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
Oh, you do appreciate that. Okay, cool. I couldn't tell because you didn't respond.
Well, it was a busy day yesterday, bro.
No, you good, bro. I just wanted to call and make sure that you don't fuck with me.
Bro, no, that's not how it is. Hello?
Hey, what's up, bro? It was your birthday yesterday, right?
Yeah. Oh, and bro, I got your happy birthday text. Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
Oh, you do appreciate that. Okay, cool. I couldn't tell because you didn't respond.
Well, it was a busy day yesterday, bro.
No, you good, bro. I just wanted to call and make sure that you don't fuck with me.
Bro, no, that's not how it is.
Niggas is more emotional than bitches nowadays. I swear to God. Y'all niggas is some emotional bitches. I guess y'all been raised by your damn mama.
I think that paternity tests should be government mandated and required before signing any kind of birth certificate. Let's talk about it. Now, before y'all attack me for siding with males, just hear me out. Because to me, the need for a paternity test runs far deeper than trying to see if somebody cheated or not. Because think about it. While women do not have too many privileges in our society, one privilege we do have is the concrete, hardcore, physical evidence that the baby growing inside our belly is in fact our baby. But yet the only proof that the father has that that child is his is to trust that she didn't cheat on him. And to me, there's a huge imbalance in those two forms of proof. I can't touch trust. I can't feel trust kicking in my belly. And when it comes to a life commitment such as parenthood, I know if the shoe were on the other foot, I'd want more concrete proof than just trust before I commit to a commitment of that magnitude. And while this is nuanced and can make some very dramatic deliveries, I think it's needed.
It's a very good question there and very good point there.
What's something you'll get a lot of hate for if you say it out loud?
I think that paternity tests should be government mandated and required before signing any kind of birth certificate.
Damn. Yeah, man. Let's determine who the daddy is. Shit. See, y'all put a nigga in jail for child support. Niggas are sitting in jail for child support for kids that ain't even theirs. Y'all don't care about that though. That shit is a trip. Shit almost ruined my fucking life, bro. That's why I had to become a server. That's why I had to become a waiter. They was confiscating my wages. I couldn't pay bills. They've been taking my income tax. This is the first year I got my income tax in like
That's how we
10
should,
years.
you know.
When you're waiting for optimum.
It's been like 10 years. It's the first year I got my income tax.
Ara àìṣòótọ́ wa ni wípé kí wọ́n múru Sunday Igboho sátìmọ́lé. Àwọn ènìyàn kan wà.
We had you on the show twice. We loved what you were doing, so we gave you some money.
She waited till he was like 13. She kept him away from me. Then she waited till he was like 13 years old, filed child support on him, and so they went back 10 years. So I was automatically behind, and the payment that I had would only cover interest, not even cover interest. So the principal never went down, and the amount that I owed continued to go up, even as much as I paid the child support. So that's when they just started taking everything. Because there ain't no way in hell I was ever going to be able to pay 10 years back. Anyways, it's just a fucked up system. It is what it is, y'all. People got to put all them sounds and shit in their shit. That should be fucking everything up. I'm gonna wrap it soon. They keep trying to show these pictures. It reminds me a lot of what was it? Syria. This reminds me a lot of Syria. That's why I keep bringing up Syria, because the parallels between this one and Syria is like crazy. Look at these pictures. They look just like the Syria pictures. And what I mean is the propaganda machine that was given to us when the war was happening in Syria. All the pictures we saw, all the footage we saw was by people who were lying and setting up the pictures and setting up all that shit, making it look this way or that way. And it's happening again in Ukraine right now. I think almost all the footage that we're getting. I saw some shit, they're suing somebody because they were using video game footage and making it look like it was in Ukraine. They were saying that it was Ukraine, but it was video game footage. The video game somehow got wind of it and are now suing some people for doing that shit. Yeah, so you can't trust that shit. And whenever the whole left and the whole right, or whenever everybody is agreeing, when the whole media is telling you to look at this topic from this point of view or whatever, or you should be appalled, you should be upset or whatever, then that's when you be like, wait, hold on. Something ain't right. I see atrocities all the time when I walk out of my apartment, and they're not telling me to be appalled about that. Telling me to be appalled about something that's happening on the other side of the world, and I'm supposed to be ashamed, to say that, what about the people here? America first, like Trump said. What's up? That's what would be politically incorrect, because they try to pull our heartstrings with Ukraine, and then we be like, America first. Be like, that's politically incorrect. You're a horrible person. Cry for Ukraine. Like, bro, you can't make me cry for nothing, bro. Cry for my family, bro. Cry for me. Cry for the suffering I went through. Cry for my childhood, motherfucker. But you don't give a fuck about that, do you? Cry for all the struggling that I went through. Small child with no mom, catching the bus in the rain to work and to take her to school, getting fucking my house foreclosed on. Nigga, fuck you, bro. You don't care about me. I bet you ain't gonna cry for me, but you want me to cry for Ukraine. Fuck you.
Cry for some neo-Nazi motherfuckers.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the citizens of Ukraine are that, but the motherfuckers that fight are.
Yeah. Let me hear what this dude has to say about the oil.
5 miles you drive over 60 miles per hour, you're paying an additional.
Too bad he got that song in there. I don't think I could play
Yo,
it.
gas prices are high, but I got 5 ways where we don't have to complain. But
No, I'm not playing. I'm gonna get in trouble for that. Tis what it is, y'all. Yeah, man. So what else did you see? What did I send you this week? I sent you some videos. I don't be knowing what I be sending y'all. I mean, I don't be remembering because whatever I sent you, I wanted to cover, but at some point this week.
Yeah, you sent me the one about wrongful criminal conviction by the guy. I think he's on HBO.
Oh yeah.
And then the chick who's a comic, the black chick, was talking about that too. And then you sent me the one with the chick, the White House press secretary, and then the one about the algorithm, then automated racism.
Yeah. I'm gonna come back to the automatic racism. We might talk about that tomorrow or the next day. I can't play that video, but maybe we'll read the comments or something and we'll talk about it a bit. So, and I can't play that other one either about the prosecutors. So, but what do you think about that? It was like the one you talking about, the one that says if prosecutors represented America, why are 95% of them white? That's the one you're talking about?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. And how most of the cases go to pleas, and then they're like, you know, how come there aren't more people of color that are represented in that? Damn it, I'm trying to remember what else she talked about in that video. Cause she talked about some good ass shit. She talked about fucking damn how unfucking balanced the criminal justice system is. And wait a minute, what did you say at first? You said something about the black guy went to jail or something. What was it?
No. The black chick that was a comedian
Uh-huh.
that was talking about the injustices in the criminal justice system.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one I'm scrolling over right now. I can't really remember. I can't play none of this. But it had the two ladies. I remember the black lady and the white lady getting charged real different.
Yeah.
And talking about plea deals is so important.
Yeah, that's the one with the guy. He sounds like he's from the British or something like that, UK or something.
Oh wait, you might be talking about a different video because the one where the people were what were they talking about? The people going to jail.
It's the show that's called Tonight with John Oliver.
Yeah. Wrongful convictions. Yeah. I really wish I could play that, but that's what got me in trouble last time, a John Oliver video. Wrongful convictions. Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. Okay, yeah. Wrongful convictions and how hard it is for them to appeal and how like niggas could be on death row and shit and they could know that they're innocent, but it's like impossible to appeal because the way the system is set up.
Yeah, and even if they have evidence to prove that they're innocent, how they can still be locked up behind bars and facing a death penalty because it's a bunch of shit that goes into that.
He said, wouldn't that be more like when in Greece be as the Greek? Yeah, that's probably more accurate, Doc. Yeah, so what all do you remember from that video? We're probably gonna wrap this soon.
You say what happened, bro?
What all do you remember from that video? Like, did you learn anything from that?
Yeah.
What
I
about?
mean, I did. It helped me to learn. Like, I didn't know how difficult it was as far as appeals and how basically it has to be voted on. Like, it's circumstantial evidence. Like, it has to be before it can be brought all the way up to the federal appeal and all of that type of stuff. I didn't know that you have to go through that much, and they only give you a year to appeal your sentence.
Yeah, only a year, and the process probably takes 6 months to go through the paperwork because you're dealing with the feds and state and all that shit.
Yeah,
and them shits are slow on purpose. And that's what when they said, oh, you missed the deadline, so you can't get the appeal. So whoops, I guess you're just dead. And then the guy was interviewing the guy or asking some guy, and he was like smirking and shit, and it was like literally having to do with somebody's life, like whether
Did
they
you
was
see the
going.
guy in the background that was waving
Yeah.
in the video? Like, yeah, they say all of that started after, what was his name? Timothy McVeigh bombed the building in Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget what they call that law, APED or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Let me read comments. Doc says more prosecutors are white because 1, there are more white lawyers right now. That's changing. And 2, more of the black lawyers go into criminal defense or another specialty like real estate or small business. That's true, Doc, but you got to ask yourself why. He says, but then Kamala was a black prosecutor and her community considered her a traitor to her race. She was, because that's what she did. She climbed the ladder by locking niggas up. We talking about like impartial prosecutors. Like they just being black is not enough. You know, they could be white too, but it's just that the system, like the criminal justice system is all fucked up racially. And just in the John Oliver skit, he was just talking about the basic how fucked up it is, you know, the system period, as far as you know, the processes, wrongful convictions, how to overturn wrongful convictions, because even your lawyer could have been incompetent, the cop could have made all kinds of mistakes and all of this shit, and you still end up getting convicted, and then they can prove that the lawyer fucked up, was incompetent. They didn't even present evidence that was like, well, he gave an example where one of this guy, he had the perfect alibi because he was buying a gun or something, or he was federally registering his gun, and he was literally in like a federal office somewhere at the same time that the incident occurred that they say he did. But his lawyer failed to put that present that evidence. So the dude ended up getting found guilty, and then afterwards they was like, no, you can't present that evidence because it wasn't presented in the original case, or some bullshit like that. Like, I can't remember how it goes, but it was total bullshit. And like, once they get your ass snagged into the damn system, getting a conviction overturned, if you've gotten convicted, and see what happens is, if you accept a plea, that's a conviction. So getting any of that shit overturned is like nearly impossible, even if you was innocent. That's how hard they make it. So that's just basic. What about anything from the week you remember, like you learned from, or anything that struck you that I sent you? We're probably gonna talk about some more of that stuff.
Not too much from the video. The video about the automated racism. I actually sent that one to my wife to watch and my daughter.
Yeah.
Which I think neither one of them watched it. I think they failed to do so. But nevertheless, that one was really interesting. And besides the fact of the video being interesting, the author, the black lady who wrote the book about that, the author, I couldn't fucking stop looking at her, bro. Like, she was, like, for her age, she is fucking funny.
Yeah.
So I learned that.
Yeah. That sometimes it helps you watch, even when it's good information. A little bit of eye candy don't hurt.
Yeah. And then I ain't gonna lie, older women is kind of my downfall. I don't know why. I just like, even though I married somebody that we're pretty much the same age, but it's older women.
Yeah, me too. I feel the same way.
But man, it was all pretty interesting, man. I really wish, and now I can't find that video, and I know I sent it to you on Instagram, and I don't know if it got lost or what happened, or if it didn't go through, you know. but there was a video that I found on TikTok, and basically it was them talking about how the information that they had been sharing, like one of the photos showed Zelensky in full-on, military combat, attire, uniform or whatever, that he was there standing to fight with his country or for his country, but like the lady said that, we said that this was something that happened this week, when in all actuality that was a photo taken last year at a training that they were doing.
Yeah. And that's what I've been seeing, a lot of fake fucking shit. That's what I've been talking about.
Yeah, so I sent you that video because I was like, this Ukraine thing is going on. I know he's gonna talk about this. Like, let's just check this out.
Go ahead, I'm looking for it. I can't find it though.
Yeah, man. I actually went through on my phone and looked for it as well, and I can't find it. And normally when I send a video through from TikTok to Instagram, it automatically saves it to my video file, and it's not even in my video file. So I don't know what the hell happened.
Let me see. It's not this video right here.
These are the they are not allowing any black people to.
No, not that one. Not that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see it. I'm searching. Let me see. Mask Day. What was this? Hold on.
The way that we wear our hair, that's the reason why it's so important, the statement that you made. Yeah. You read Frantz Fanon's Black Skin, White Mask. Most black people look at themselves through the eyes of white people. So we treat ourselves like the people who we want to be like. Yeah. The way that we wear our hair, that's the reason why it's so important.
Okay,
the statement that you made. You have to be unapologetic.
You found it? Send it to me through Facebook Messenger.
Okay.
Let me read the comments. And normally with a plea, you agree that the case is decided and over and you refuse the right to appeal it. So, but people don't know that when we're signing those appeals, when they shove them in our face like that, and they don't tell us all those details. They just say you gonna go. You don't want a felony. You're gonna go to jail. This is how you can go home. Oh shit! You sent me the message and then I cleared it. Hold on.
You need me to resend it?
No. It's just that I automatically do that. I'll be getting emails in the middle of the show, and it's annoying as hell. As soon as I saw it, I clicked away. This one right here, right? Hold on. Can y'all see that?
I can't see it.
Y'all can't see it. Here we go. Hold on. Stop share. Hold on. 1 second. Okay. Boom. This is it, right?
Ukraine.
Yeah, that one right there. Yeah, that video.
Shock and disbelief. But one thing that isn't helping at all is the unbelievable amount of fake images and videos being spread, not only on social media, but also by legitimate news outlets. I even made the mistake myself here on Rising on Friday when I stated I was impressed with Zelensky getting into full military gear to fight on the front lines. Turns out that was an image from last April. I fell for it. I apologize. Bild, a political news outlet in Germany, shared a video of what looked to be a horrific bombing by the Russians in Kiev. The footage was from a 2015 chemical explosion in Tianjin, China. Newsmax used a photo of a crying older woman standing in front of her devastated home with the caption, "The current devastation in Ukraine." But the photo was from 2015. An Italian news broadcast used footage from the video game War Thunder when talking about the war in Ukraine. No doubt viewers seeing a rain of missiles were horrified.
What the fake news is going on with Ukraine?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I saw some of that shit, and I think I saw this video too. And I separately saw there's a suit going on about that game footage. The game is suing the people who posted that shit.
That's what they asked to get.
Hell yeah. Because I think, it's funny how they punish the people who trying to tell the truth or trying to just educate people or just trying to give their opinion or just kind of share information. But people like that get to get a pass, the ones who blatantly, misrepresenting shit.
The thing that I liked about her deal is that she admitted that she gave a
Right.
false narrative off of those images.
And that
And she
shows how
apologized.
powerful. That shows how powerful it is that somebody like her who works in the media, who should be able to spot stuff that's not real, but still get caught up into it. And that's why it's so dangerous. And that's why I be talking about it. That's why I'm talking about it on the show today. The name of the show is Deprogramming Takes Effort. So it don't matter how high you are on your intelligence level or even the amount of information you know or how many books you've read or none of that shit. It's difficult because they're really good at what they're doing. So you just, no matter what, in every scenario, you just got to be a bit skeptical. Just don't be, when people be saying I know and I'm 100% sure and all of this, that's when they got you, because you can't be 100%. You don't know all the data. If you know all the data, then you can be 100%. But how many times do you have all the data? And if you get and if you're getting your information from the media, I guarantee you missing a big chunk of the data.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it is what it is, man. I'm about to wrap it.
Man, it is, bro. It's just one of those things. It's like I don't know. I think about a lot of the stuff that's going on and a lot of the stuff that's out there. And it's just, I think right now in these times, if you don't feel the need to be more of a parent, and be a true leader in your children's life and have your voice be louder than anybody else's, something's definitely wrong with you.
Yeah.
That this shit here makes me really feel like, like, yeah.
That's what I say. Everybody
Makes me
should
want
be
to grab
angry.
my kids more than ever. Grab them and hug them and just
Everybody should be angry and everybody should be concerned and everybody should be trying to do something about this situation that we're dealing with.
Unfortunately, everybody's not, because, like you say, you got too many people that believe in what's going on. It's like, bro, I can't tell you how many. Like, I ran into some church members from this church that we used to attend, right? And they're this older couple, and the guy, he and I were talking, and for some reason he got on the presidential stuff, and he was just like, "Oh boy, yeah, I'm so glad they got rid of that damn Trump, stupid ass Trump, this president did this," talking about Biden and stuff. And bro, it took I literally had to end the conversation. I literally was like, "Oh shit, hey man, I gotta run to another store. I got another errand to run," because I didn't want to disrespect this dude, because he's an elder, right?
Yeah.
But the part that hurt me the most was this was somebody that I looked up to, and I'm hearing you talk like this, and I'm saying to myself, you really call this dude racist? And then you say Biden is good? What the fuck? I'm beginning to think you're racist.
Well, it's complicated. That's for sure. So, and anybody that chooses one side like that is always going to be, off, because they both sides suck, bro.
They do.
Both sides suck, man. They suck in their own ways.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
If
like
they,
I was talking to my dad last night, right? And I was telling him that, that you have the podcast, and, and you invite me on and stuff. And I was just talking to him, and we were talking about the whole Ukrainian deal. And he was like, yeah, and I heard Trump get on TV and say if he was in office, this would have never taken place. And he was like, but I have to ask myself, why wouldn't it have never taken place? But I don't trust that damn Trump. He had his own agenda too with Russia. And I'm just like, I don't know, bro.
yeah, you don't understand politics. Like, I mean, anybody can be like speculate what would have happened if Trump was in office, and who the fuck knows what would happen? Nobody fucking knows because that's not what happened. So, I mean, you can speculate all day, but hopefully it wouldn't have happened. But it would have been pressures either way because Trump only has so much power. But he had taken us out of the UN, so that's another part of it. So who knows what the fuck would have happened, honestly. Honestly, who knows what would have happened? We probably would have still been over there in it. We still would have been over there in it because Trump would have been only able to do so much, and the politics, the politicians, the Congress, all of them would have been pushing. The media would have been pushing. So we would have ended up in it anyways, I think, even if Trump was in there. But again, who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? It's kind of pointless to speculate that. So I mean, things are the way that they are now. So now, a question is, what if Trump wins? Because it looks like he's finna run. Let's say he wins. Let's say he takes Biden out, and Trump gets it back in there. Because this totally could happen. So how does Trump deal with the sanctions and all of this stuff? By then, I'm sure this particular part of this war will be over, because I don't think Putin has a plans. That's why there's only small amounts of people he's sending. He don't even think he needs a bunch of people. And like I say, this is gonna be over. But the sanctions and all of that stuff probably won't. Because when the U.S. does that shit with the sanctions, they tend to keep them. Look how long they've been having these sanctions on Cuba. Look how long the sanctions been on Venezuela. Look how long the sanctions been on Haiti.
Yeah. But I don't know if those sanctions, if they can really afford to keep those sanctions.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hurting Europe and even America, because the United States, I mean, Russia been planning for this. They knew it was coming, so I'm sure they did what they had to do to deal with it. And like in the video, the dude was saying, like, yes, some Russians are suffering, but Russians are used to certain things or whatever. They not finna, like, as far as you punishing them from getting these Western stuff, that kind of sucks. Like being able to get on the internet for United States or whatever, that kind of stuff, and the businesses that trade with the U.S. and all of that shit, that really sucks, and it probably hurts the middle class, and that's probably, in the global way of looking at things, helps the neoliberals anyways, because you got neoliberalism in Russia too. You have that oligarchy system in Russia too. They have the same kind of system that we have, where the few has all the money and everybody else got shit. So it's really the same shit. So when people be talking about communism and capitalism, they need to try to really understand this shit better and look at how the people really live, and then they can try to understand things better. So Russia has a different system, but the ultimate outcome is almost the same as it is over here in the United States. The wealth, inequality, and all of that shit. So
That's why you got so many Ukrainians and Russians that try to come over here and be truck drivers over here, because over there as a truck driver, dude, they only make like, I think they only make like 16,000 a year. I think is what I was told that it equates to, or less than that. Whereas they come over here as a first year truck driver, hell, they can make $60,000, $70,000 in a year. You know, so that's why you have so many of them that flood over here, and that's one of the first things they do is they become truck drivers, create businesses. There's so many companies in the Midwest that are owned by Ukrainians and Russians. And what's the other one? Start with an S. I forget. I can't pronounce it. But,
Yeah, I don't know. Look at this right here. It says a majority of the U.S. House of Representatives voted to approve 1.5 trillion bill that will provide 13.6 billion in aid for Ukraine. Didn't we just recently have a big shit in that where they was trying to do the Build Back Better plan and all of this other stuff and talking about they didn't, and then the all that shit failed because they couldn't find the funding. They was like, how y'all gonna pay for it? We don't have the money. But they got, what did it say, 1.5 trillion to spend for Ukraine?
yeah, it's a mess, bro. It's a mess.
Where's this money? Where did that money come from?
That's crazy, bro.
How come y'all got funding for that? How come y'all could raise the money for that?
That shit crazy, bro. Hey, what time you coming on tonight?
Tomorrow is Thursday. I'm gonna try to come home early. But honestly, I'm gonna try to come home around 10 o'clock. I'm gonna shoot for 10, but it might end up being like 10:30. But I'm gonna shoot for 10 o'clock.
Okay, yeah, I'll be heading back home tomorrow. So.
Yeah, I'll be on by 11 for sure.
Okay. All right. Well, man, I'm gonna get out of here, bro. I hate to run so soon, but I gotta get my wife up in like 10 minutes. So.
All right,
gotta
man.
get her up to get her together. Or call her and make sure she gets up, rather.
All right, man. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, appreciate you, man.
Peace and love,
Appreciate the opportunity, man. Appreciate the opportunity. Appreciate the show, the platform, what y'all doing. Same here, man. Peace and love, man. And like I said, I'll be on here tomorrow.
Shout out to people in India, Indonesia, and shit, because them niggas is the ones that mainly watching my damn show. It's like India, Indonesia, Turkey.
Yeah. Shout out to y'all, man. That's love, man. For real. Keep it up.
All right, bro. Peace.
All right, bro. Y'all take it easy, man. Have a good night, man.
All right. This clip says, your sales can get stressed. Be gentle. Not sure if I like the granules or beveling more. That picture is interesting to me. I love science. It says relations with Venezuela inching forward. Venezuela releases 2 Americans after visit from U.S. officials. A high-level delegation traveled to South America country last weekend, in part to discuss the health of detained U.S. citizens. Another thing they're talking about is the oils and shit. So people was like, I was watching a video, he said, y'all think Juan Guaido is the president of Venezuela? No, because the United States is trying to make a deal with Venezuela, something having to do with oil and gas and shit because of this Ukraine issue. And they're not dealing with Juan Guaido. They're talking to Salinas, whatever his name is. Anyways. It's this guy right here, the one that was just on the picture. What is his name? It didn't say his name right here. Yeah, so y'all forget Venezuela still has a whole bunch of oil. They did to Venezuela just what they're doing to Russia with the sanctions and stuff. And you know that those Valeros are owned by Venezuela. And so they basically confiscated all of Venezuela's assets that were in the States. And it was a lot of these Valeros. And y'all saw a bunch of these Valeros get tore down and shit. And they took all those assets the United States did, who was part of the sanctions, to Venezuela. So you wonder why the Venezuelan people are poor? Well, that's one of them. The United States totally robbed them by stealing those Valeros because they was mad at Venezuela behind some stuff Venezuela was doing. So regardless of what Venezuela was doing, or regardless of what United States was mad at them about, they didn't have the right to confiscate they fucking gas stations, bro. That's crazy. That's how the United States do. Y'all don't be knowing. Y'all don't be seeing this shit. It's right there in your face. Like, and if somebody was to do that to a United States company, what do you think will happen? What do you think the repercussions will be for that? But see, Venezuela can't do nothing. They little baby country. They don't have the power to be able to snap back at the United States for that. So they just hold on, and they just hold on. And that's what they've been doing. And they're going to win by just holding on. Same thing with Yemen, I think. Same thing with Eritrea. Same thing with a couple of other countries. They're just holding on. They're going to be all right. North Korea. Doc says they did it after Venezuela took control of several U.S. companies and all their resources. I don't know that that's true, Doc. How powerful? How could Venezuela take over a U.S. company, bro? Come on, they had to be lying to you on that one. How, Sway? How? The United States gonna come in and blow everybody to smithereens. And the reason why they haven't fought Venezuela is because they don't have a real good excuse to just. So they've been doing it all covertly, and they try to take over the government and try to get the people to fight against the government and overturn the government, fund them. That's just the same thing they're doing in Ukraine. Same thing they did in Syria. And so, but it didn't work. It didn't work in Venezuela. They failed. The people were smart in Venezuela, and they realized what was happening, and they said, hell fucking no. So, no, if they had done some shit like that, that would give the United States a reason to go over there and blow some shit the fuck up. They're looking for a reason to do that. Because the international community going to look at the United States and be like, Venezuela's a little country. Like, what the fuck are y'all doing? They didn't do nothing to y'all. And everything that they do, they want to try to keep the face or keep the appearance of being the good guy or being on the moral right, like we were saying, morally right. They want to keep that appearance. That's the same thing Russia is trying to do. That's what China is trying to do. They all try to keep that appearance to the world that they are morally right. So that's important. So that's why they can't just go bomb Venezuela, because then where's the morally right in that? I'm about to wrap it. He said they took over oil refineries and drilling. He said when they went socialist communist in retaliation, they took their U.S. assets and started sanctions against them. But see, what happened before that? See, in a lot of those situations, those assets were taken by those private companies. And that's the whole argument in the first place. It's like that stuff, those natural resources belong to the people, not to some private company. So yes, in a lot of cases, because that's what happened with Che Guevara. That's what they did too. Because they was like, these resources belong to the people. Get y'all private people, companies the fuck out, and we gonna control these resources. And we're gonna make sure that the people benefit from these resources, not some private company. So that's like in their constitution or whatever over there in Venezuela. They know, no, y'all can't own shit over here. Nothing having to do with taking the oil and shit. This is the people's oil. We've been here forever. He says they're owned by the political elite, not the people. Well, that's an argument. That's an argument. That is an argument there, Doc. You know what I'm saying? There's no system that's perfect. There's no system that's perfect, and everything can be corrupted. But see, what I would say about that is that it benefits the United States for them to have this political elite in Venezuela that's gobbling up the resources and not really divvying it out to the people like they should be doing, even though that's what it says in the Constitution. But you look at the world, and you see that the system, no matter what system that they come up with, these people, these neoliberals, if you will, they find a way to corrupt the system to make it back to the feudal system, back to serfs, lords, kings, and queens and shit. And that's what they like, and that's what they want. Any other system, they corrupt it and turn it into that. So yeah, but I think if it wasn't so much meddling in Venezuela by people like the United States, I think that their government probably wouldn't be so corrupted. I'm tired, y'all. I'm gonna wrap it. Y'all, give me some tips on this fucking green screen. Look, I look really good. I got the new camera. It wasn't cheap. I look good, but the green screen looks like shit. So this is the first day I use this camera. And maybe it's a setting I need to do. What the fuck, y'all? Give me a comments and let me know what the fuck. The screen, look, it looks good when I lean forward. Like, is it the shadows? I have no idea what it is that's doing that. So the camera is much better, and a picture of me, I look good. But I guess it's kind of zooming in on me. Is that what it is? I need to figure out if I can make it back up, because it's like focusing on my face. It looks like it's focusing on my face, which is closer to the camera. So I guess that's why, and it's causing the back to fade because it's focusing on my face, like the lens, like how you do on the camera when you tie it up. I don't know. Y'all help me out. Leave some comments. Let me know what the fuck. I'm going to keep improving the channel. I'm fucking everywhere now. I'm going to only be live streaming on the backup channel. It's called King Chaka ENT Do. That's DUEX. King Chaka ENT Do. DUEX. Go ahead and subscribe to that channel so you can get notifications of the lives. Because otherwise, unless there's other platforms you like to listen, watch or enjoy the show on, because I'm on Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, Rumble, also. And I'm also do the audio versions on Anchor. So, but if you are, I know a lot of people feel more comfortable on YouTube. So if you want to catch the live on YouTube, you have to subscribe to King Chuck ENT Do, DUEX. But the main page will still be there, hopefully, if they don't delete it. And I'm going to be putting clips on there, the good clips, the King Chuck ENT page ads, and so forth and so on. That's what I'll be doing. And I'll be doing those Insta premieres and stuff like that on that channel to keep that moving until I can come back to do lives there. But the live streams will be on the King Chuck ENT Do page, DUEX. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. Peace and love. Should I play? I think I'm going to play something to wrap it. What should I play? Any requests? Any requests? Any requests? Any requests? I kind of want to play the new shit because it's not new shit, but it's the latest videos that I edited. I just like the way they look. They're really bright. All the old ones I did was like dark and kind of. These are bright and the graphics move around. I like the way they look. Which song?
Man, I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sound like it was made just for me.
I got this. Don't try to stop this. Niggas fall down like I'm spitting out some hot shit. I'ma melt your bones down to the floor. This Liddy Mac coming through swinging fofo.
You gon' catch an elbow from my kinfolk. We don't give a damn, we gon' smoke more dope. You can't keep up with my speech. You gon' get beat down to the street.
Nigga preach when I come with the sermon. Niggas didn't learn their lesson and now they burning. Tossing and turning cause you can't sleep. We decreased your earnings, now your crew can't eat.
Can't eat. Talking about it was a studio leak. Maybe it's cause your lyrics so weak. I heard Mo out of Little Bo Peep.
Plus your boy sucking dick on a late night creep. I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sounds like it was made just for me.
Man, I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sound like it was made just for me.
I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sound like it was made just for me.
I got this.
Nah, I got this.
It kinda sound like it was made just for me. Too much. Coming soon. Stay tuned. Hey. It's not just talent.
That's what y'all ought to do.
Gotta know what the fuck you doing.
Shawty come and jump in my ride.
That's what you ought to do.
When the sun is starting to shine. You feel it calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do.
I will hit any chick who likes sodomy, sex on stilts. While a big top watching me, I eat fish like a culinary apology. I leave you like an open home. Just can't quit. Feel like it's a part of me. My wrist on lit. Time to join the party. Recheck the list quick. Who got the bottle? See a poker face chip. I know she gonna swallow me, bite my lip. While I'm watching people watching me, that's not it. Won't you climb right on top of me? My mind's so sick. It's a function of my bodily. My mind's so sick. It's a function of my bodily. I feel it, you feel it. She say I'm feeling it inside of me. I dig it, you dig it. We digging all over your body. Come get it, I'm with it. I'm gon' get it on the bottom. Come get it, I'm with it. I'm gon' get it on the bottom.
Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. When the sun is starting to shine. You feel it calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do.
I done heard, I done thought, now I wonder and wanna see.
She said you really are the king of the jungle, but can it be? Now you really gotta work and be holding the head of me. Cause if you don't know how to stroke, it could cause a catastrophe. I'm a soldier, so I seek and destroy you so naturally. Put some scratches on your back and then ask what the matter be. Demonstrations why the dudes and the women be after me. Leaving weak and desperate, crying to see me on bad knees. They saying where she go? Daylight, flashlight, put me on extra glow. I tried to tell you though, platinum sunshine's about to blow. Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. The platinum sun is starting to shine. You feel it calling you? I think I want to give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do. Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. Platinum sun is starting to shine. You feel it calling you? I think I want to give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do.
You want it, so come on, we gonna follow me. We like fires like Hanukkah, marijuana by the tree, like a harmonica. Lick it with no teeth. I like when it's sloshing and getting salty like the sea. Gotta slide it off and make sure it's softening for me. Reach the top of the mountain and have you sounding out your teeth. It sound like it's coughing and talking, saying more please. I'm sticking and stabbing it. Jason for a heat, roll it on over and go get on the floor, please. Some you born in October, long as you over 18. Going to prison for pussy, just something that I can't see. Old bitch and she ready, she can munch a dick mean. Gon' hop in my Chevy, we bout to hit the scene, man. The spot is so heavy. Hopping I seen, man. I'm fresh and so ready. Popping like team, man. I'm fresh and so ready. Popping like team.
Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. The platinum sun is starting to shine. You feel it calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do. Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. The platinum sun is starting to shine. You feel it calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind.